Hey. What's up, YouTube? Uh, Tutorial? Oh, we should do drawing tutorials. Or well, not drawing tutorials, but we should do like drawing classes. Yeah. I actually don't know how to draw a teddy bear, so yeah. I can show people how to draw a circle. Yeah. Alright, we gotta put this in promotions chat. God. I hate promoting. Do you post on your live on your Twitter? Oh. Yeah. That's why we should move to Blue Sky. Yeah. Oh, we're not collab streaming. I forgot. Um. Oh, there it is. Based. Mhm. Dude, you have so much stuff to post. Holy. Yeah. Nice. Oh, good luck. Yeah. I only do it on friends' posts. Yeah. Is that part of your New Year's resolutions? Just the posting? Well, part of it. Oh. There. Um, I mean, I think it's okay. I think any goals in general for resolutions are fine. Mm. That's true. Hey there, Shumi.
Yeah. Hello.
You okay?
Yeah.
Okay. He's very quiet.
I'm just listening to music.
Probably not even lurking.
What, you guys are streaming?
Oh my god.
You didn't tell
She really wasn't
me.
listening. We said it out loud.
I didn't hear that.
For real.
I'm here. I'm here.
You're giving Sumi a new logo? Um,
Wait, what? No, nothing. I do not do VTuber anything related to designs. Yeah, logos are outside of my
I
VTuber
don't even
logos are
do them.
outside of my scope. Thanks. I got
Yeah,
confused.
that's right.
Wait,
She's in my chat.
wait, no! I thought I opened Ochi's chat. It opened
Oh,
yours
what?
twice.
Oh, so you didn't need a
That,
chat in my
that's
chat?
why I was no. I meant to open both of you guys' chat, but I was confused because I was switching tabs, and I'm like, why does it keep saying John? But I was on yours twice.
Um,
Ah, there we go. Now I am on both. The cute.
cute. What if a chatter asks? What if a chatter would ask? It's my stream manager. Oh, that's
Wait,
fair.
Ochi, what is this called? What is it called? Um, your thingy. It's very pretty. Yeah. Oh, really? It's yep.
Were you not there last stream, Sumi? Are you a fake Ochi fan?
I was not there the last stream because I was watching XD on television for like 3 hours.
What about
Anyway,
the stream
yes.
before that one?
When was that?
The backroom stream?
Oh, I told you I don't watch backroom streams. They're too scary. Anyway, yes, I would like to see everything.
Hi, Eric. Thanks for being in my chat. We are doing good. I think.
Wait, you have captions. I just realized that. Wait, the transition's so cute. Oh my god, there's an aquarium. Where am I? I'm not even here. This is cute. Can you put me in a tank? You gonna be a fish. Wait, actually, you know that would be so cute if we designed ourselves as like fishies. That would be cute. I don't know, but I know John would be a beta fish.
A beta fish. I'd
he
be
just
an
would.
alpha fish.
He just wanted to see. Oh my god, I'm a fish. Wait, that's actually really funny. This is my new home. I belong here now. The
Whoa,
pink
when did you learn how to
soft toys.
swim?
Okay, buddy. Okay, buddy.
Silly Eric. Fish don't have legs.
Yeah, I don't have any legs. Mm.
Oh, Sumi, I don't know if you know, but Ochi has channel point redemptions and you can request a small doodle.
I was there in VCU and y'all were discussing that.
Oh. So if you guys want to make her do extra work, you know. I had enough for one, but I redeemed the smile redeem. No. Wait, how much do I have?
Yeah.
How much is a doodle redeem?
3,000.
3K! Oh god.
Yours is literally way more expensive than that.
I said it was okay. Rupert said you should raise it. Alright, mine is still 7K, I think, actually. I need to change it. That should be an episode. Mouse drawing. Oh, that should not be an episode. Because then it's just going to be you flexing on us. Damn. I don't remember seeing it. Awkward.
Wait, what?
They added layers, right?
Ugh.
They added layers to MSP? Or am I tripping? Damn. Ooh, a Gardic phone stream would be fun. Man. You gotta do a Bob Ross tutorial on MS Paint only. That does sound terrible. You guys have fun with that. I'll be watching.
Okay, I saw that and I was like, wait, this is so cute actually.
What's very cute?
It's who's Kane again? Oh, the mouth, right. I was gonna get you a Pomni figurine, but like everything is like I can't find anything that'll get to you by Christmas, so oh dang, it's a good thing I didn't order that plushie then. Oh god. Oh, oh. Well, I will draw now.
Yippee yippee!
Did you listen to the song I sent you? Actually, I guess you can't listen to it now since you're on stream. But later, I guess.
Let's
I'm
see.
looking.
Oh, I did see this. I didn't know it was with mouse though. Dang.
Wait, I don't see it. Oh, I do see it. That's actually pretty good. My lines would never look like that.
Those are very strange. Dang. Eric is asking Gardic phone animation when. I don't know if you guys are up for that. This stream, ole. What do you think, Eric? Are you still at work? I don't know about today. I'm home already, but I haven't eaten. You? That's fair. That's smart. Yeah, Sumi.
I've never bought a blind box where I hated all the designs.
Not all the designs, but I feel like you bought some where you're not into some of them.
No, I like all the ones that they have.
It's the gotcha. That's true. Gambling, gambling, gambling. That's true. That's why I don't buy blind boxes. Good thing I never have the money, so I don't need to worry. You might have a problem, Eric. You should never take you to a casino. You should never take Sumi to a casino.
What? I behave at the casino. I am a very reasonable spender.
You're a reasonable spender because you usually win. But if you lose, I feel like you'll keep going.
No. Depends.
Yeah. How do we raid with a shared? I guess it just sends your viewers, right? That's true. I always feel awkward about rating some people I know because they have like hella more viewers, and I'm like, here's my 4 viewers. Dude, that sounds so horrible.
What if you get banned?
Oh, you can't?
No,
Oh,
I
Sumi
said
said you
imagine
can't.
if you get banned.
Oh, imagine if you get banned. That's impossible. Oh, that's true. Because you are technically a viewer in your chat, I think. Oh, yeah, I see. Do you have a lore video? Or are you planning to make a lore video? Yeah, but if you could do it yourself. Like, if I were to make a lore video, I would just do it myself. I'm not paying people for that. That's fair. I'd probably commission Raimi to do an animatic. Or, yeah. But she charges like $60 per page. So that's a lot of money. We all work on the lore video as a group project. So every scene is just a different art style. Is he crazy? Hello, Mark. Are you doing pixel art, Subi? Are you doing non-chibi pixel art?
Yeah.
Based. Make her draw something cursed.
He won't give you your doodle.
Oh, you're right. I was supposed to work on. Hey, I did Ripper's doodle.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for my answer a year ago.
Okay, I'll work on it after the scub.
Oh.
I had my mic off in my own stream this whole
No
time.
way.
Bozo. This whole time?
This whole time.
Oh god.
I always-
Professional streamer, guys.
Yeah, I need
Professional streamer.
I need to start only muting my like actual microphone. Because every time I mute my OBS mic, I forget that it's not muted. Or I forget that it is muted. Man,
This is why you should
I
just
said so
watch
many good
Twitch
things.
/TV/Junpo, guys. I have no technical issues here, for the most part.
Except when your internet starts effing up.
Okay.
You should watch Jen's stream.
You should watch both streams.
Yeah, I'm also glad you noticed it. Thank you.
Dude, if you did your just chatting section and your mic was just muted, holy. Did your net recover? Yeah, I think it's good now. Like later during the night of that day where it started dipping again, it fixed itself.
Nothing but the truth now. Nothing but the proof of what I am. The worst of what I
One tab muted so you don't hear double. Smart.
Things that even I don't understand. I try to fix it. I try to fight it.
Oh, I should probably give Ochi VIP.
My heart divided.
I get VIP?
Yeah,
Whoa, what does that mean?
you get the VIP badge when you
Oh.
chat.
Yay!
I broke into a million pieces and I can't go.
Because you're begging me so much for it. Fine.
Broken glass. The scars are part of me.
What?
Harmony. My voice without the lies. This
You gotta give me the higher mod roll. Oh, like the editor mod? Hey, what does that do? Like, what's that for? I think only Leon... No, Leon and Sumi have it, but they don't really edit anything. So I don't know a new one when they drop it. What does that do?
silence. We're rising, defiant, shouting in the quiet. You're not alone. We listen to the demons. We let them get between.
That lets me add or remove mods? Crazy. So you're just like a senior mod, or like a head mod.
We're still survivors, the dreamers, the fighters. No lying, I'm tired, but dive in the fire and I'll be right here by your side.
Okay. Just let me know when it drops, and I'll just, yeah, I'll give that to you.
We broke into a million pieces and we can't go back. But now we're seeing all the beauty in the broken glass. The scars are part of me, darkness and harmony. My voice without the lies, this is what it sounds like. Why do we cover up the colors stuck inside our head? Get up and let the jagged edges meet the light instead. Show me what's underneath, I'll find your harmony. Fearless and undefined, this is what it sounds like.
How many people are modding Yuri's chat? Like, how many do you guys have? 5? Are you gonna get moderators, Ochi?
have anybody to mod my chat, so I've just been doing it myself. I mean,
Yeah.
probably once I'm not like maybe once I hit like 50 viewers. Like-
50 viewers.
Yeah, like an
Holy.
average of 50 viewers. That makes
I
sense,
feel like
right?
that's,
Or
I
is
feel like
that-
that's too many viewers for no mods.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't watch Twitch actually.
That'd be a bit high. I'm not sure when people add moderators, because I feel like right now I've got like an average of 4 viewers. So it seems a little unnecessary, right, to add mods? Because I'm able to just pause really quick and do it myself. Like, I'm pretty fast about it, generally.
Yeah, but isn't it nice that you just look at your chat and it's already been moderated?
And I wouldn't know.
Thanks,
I've
Eric,
never
by the
done
way.
that
Don't be
before.
moderated.
You hate
8 to
me?
20? Huh?
Dude, you don't even mod my chat. So every time you're in my stream and I'm like,
I was second
mods,
too late.
mods, and then you're like, huh?
Because
happening?
I think you're like just messing around and you're not seeing. And then I look at the chat and I'm like,
SMH.
oh,
Maybe you shouldn't even be a moderator.
I know I have to. I have that privilege by default. Yes.
Okay.
8 to 20 would be good. To at least have one active mod. I will definitely consider it. I can't right now. I can't even imagine that many people. So we'll see. I'm hoping I have. I think 20 active viewers per on average per stream would be a really fun goal to have for the month of January. But that seems like a bit high for just 1 month, especially since that's probably not going to happen until maybe February, since January is when I'm going to start like really pushing for advertising and marketing. Because I have to kind of create my stuff like a month ahead. Otherwise, I'm going to stress myself out.
Well, I nominate Eric for moderator. He's very good at his job.
He's
Mods,
moderating like 50 different channels.
Like, yeah.
How does he do it? I'll make Eric a moderator once I have some more active viewers. I do trust him, so.
You're welcome, Eric. I just landed you a job.
It's unpaid. This is an internship.
I just landed you work experience.
Yeah, you can put this on your resume. Which moderator?
I don't mean to flex, but I have put up a guide on some moderation stuff. What? Holy.
Dude's the professional moderator.
That sounds.
That's so cool.
What do you do for a living? I'm a Twitch moderator.
No, because I'm like, I mean, I'm pretty certain people actually do that.
Yeah.
I think that's sick as hell. If my entire job was to moderate a Twitch chat, then I'm having fun alongside, right? But I wouldn't know.
I don't think I can do that.
I think it's too much stress, because if I fuck up, then I'd feel real bad.
I just don't have the attention span to watch a stream.
Rose got the Gen A attention span.
Literally.
I really do these days.
I did it whenever on. True. That's super nice of you, honestly. I'm scared I'm gonna get. I hate drawing things that are important to people. I'm scared that I'm gonna fuck it up.
Why
I'm gonna-
did
I'm gonna
my
give it
job
to them.
look like that?
Yeah, no, literally. They're gonna. be like, I love it so much. It's so good. And then they're gonna be gagging behind the screen.
That's how I think all of my commissions go.
I'm glad you were able to see my reaction live.
That's true.
Because seriously, I get so excited. I barely commission people. I think that's my first commission in like proper commission in a little over a year, maybe.
Yeah.
There's so many things I want to commission. Not enough money. Ah!
Babe. Say robot. Saribot? Oh,
Ooh, Saribot.
that's really good to know, actually. Can you send that in server? That would be really helpful, if that's okay.
But if I have a bot that bans bots, what is Sumi gonna moderate?
What's Sumi moderating right now?
Okay. You know,
I think that was a genuine question, Sumi.
No, it wasn't.
Oh,
no. I get it, guys. I get it. We have a problem.
what is your problem?
I forgot how to draw.
You'll get it back in 30 minutes.
No, I don't think I will.
I gotta work on like.
Once you set up stream elements, you can manage the commands. True. I don't think I use. Oh no, I do use stream elements for like
I
one
also
thing.
use stream elements for all my things.
Yeah. Oh, I just use it for my chat.
What do you? Do you not have any overlays?
No, I gave up on overlays.
Why?
Too much work.
You should get overlays.
Man,
What was that noise? You should get
internal
overlays.
struggle. Where should I put Saribot tutorial? You can put it in file spam, the chat that no one uses.
It's because I have a private chat for all my files in my own server.
Overlays look cool, but I feel they cover a lot of the screen. Yeah, that's how I feel about them. And I don't want to have to like resize my games or my Clip Studio or, you know.
I feel like my overlays don't take up much room. Like they could take up more room. I've seen some that take up kind of a ridiculous amount of space, but they also do a really good job setting the vibe for the stream. Like if you want like just
That's
a general, like you're able to get away with just like a general vibe, I think that's great. Otherwise, I do think that they are very, very good for setting a tone and sort of establishing how you want your stream to feel.
That's true.
I think lighter overlays would look really good. Your overlay is pretty clean. Thank you. I'm glad. I am a big fan of like unobtrusive overlays. So I do try to keep mine as unobtrusive as possible because really intrusive overlays make me mad. I enjoy seeing the game. I did realize that last time when I did my presentation, like last stream, I forgot to resize the web browser So when I did it, it was blocking a portion of the presentation, and I didn't realize until after when I was scrubbing the VOD. I felt a bit silly, but I was very excited to get to my fish tank.
I'm glad my overlay is modular because it do be blocking out shit when I'm gaming, so I can take it out if I need to.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, I'm really happy with all the pre-made overlays I found. It took a lot of searching, but I am so happy I got them. And the guy that made the aquarium background, that's the only pre-made aquarium background that was a genuine aquarium that I could find. And I am so happy with it.
Yep.
Here's a pro tip, guys. If you ever need overlays, like good ones, Etsy.
Yeah, she has a lot of great made overlays.
They really do.
You should do overlays, Sumi. VJ.
Hell no.
What?
I don't have patience
Why?
for that.
Oh.
Actually, yeah, I don't have the patience nor the creativity for it, honestly.
That's a loser mentality.
You know what else is a loser mentality? Telling other people
Yeah.
what loser mentalities are. Be quiet. I don't want to
Okay.
hear that.
I'm just saying you can do it. I do believe you have the capacity to do it.
I'm glad that you believe in me. I just don't believe in me. It's not even that I don't believe in me, it's more so I'm not interested.
That's also fair.
I'm like very picky. I don't think that's also probably the reason why I won't like accept commissions ish unless it's like from a friend or something. Is I guess I am really picky with what I want to draw. Or maybe not picky with what I want to draw, or like how I can draw at this point in time.
Mm-hmm.
But if I got like super, if I practice more and got super good, it's a possibility.
Every time I need a max on the root bet, you bet I'ma hit the chick for a new check. Ballin' on my mind, I'm Phuket, few cat, got me cooking up like a cruise set. Every other week we on a cute trip, cute shit. Say I want a boat, I got a cruise ship. Never feeling blue and throwing blue strips, blue fit, chewing blue chew, I'm about blue chips. Getting valeted in a whip, mama take me to the store and she bought me a protect. Eating caviar off a strip, told me put her on her tab if I'm giving her the tip. This the pretty boy anthem. If you tall, sexy, handsome, you a certified gigolo. Yes I do. Yes I do. Yeah, I'm on my pretty boy shit. Damn, I'm a certified gigolo. I'm a trust fund baby, no money, better call me by my name like I'm Lil Nas X. In the green light district, I'm a young male mistress making wrecks every time I have sex. I call her Dwayne, how she rockin' on my Johnson. No safe words, she ain't giving me no option. I play the
How big are dog paws? Like, they're pretty small, right?
in her will, so I'm picking out her coffee. Yeah, I'm rich now. Even bad bitches ain't
Yeah.
getting discounts. She wanna freak off, made me raise an eyebrow. Shit. Every city that I go, turn a pound. This the pretty boy anthem. If you tall, sexy, handsome, you a certified gigolo.
Oh, speaking of animals, I meant to send this to you guys earlier. Where is it at? The Clip Studio 46 International Illustration Contest. And the theme is cats.
I'm a certified gigolo.
What?
It's in the streaming chat. Or well, the streaming recording chat.
I see. Depends on the dog. I don't know what kind of dog this is. But looking at his paws, I mean, the head to paw comparison, pretty small.
Oh, I made a mistake.
Aussie? Some kind of Aussie? Lemsy says it's an Aussie.
I've never heard of
Corgi
that.
vibes. I'm not drawing a corgi. I just don't know how to draw dogs. He gave me like, when I asked him what he wanted me to draw, he gave me like a list of different things, and I was gonna draw the easier things, and then he sent me a reference for only one of them. Which I can take a hint, so I am drawing the one thing he sent a reference for. Oh, it's a blue healer. Okay. Oh, yeah. I'm familiar with Bluey. I love Bluey. I think it's very cute. Listening to. I can't separate audios yet, so my music is just very, very low.
You can separate audios?
No, I can't.
Is that a
Well, I don't have anything in, like a
limited
plugin for OBS.
oh, do you need a plugin for that? I thought you just
Yeah.
separate audio tracks.
Oh, I can't separate audio tracks.
Huh? I think you should be able to. I don't know.
I have desktop, game, overlay, and mic, and that's it. I don't know how. That's something I haven't explored yet. I'm finishing Sons of the Forest. You can finish it? I thought it was just like,
No, there's a story. We're supposed to
Oh.
be doing the story.
oh. I gotta create a track.
Yeah, it's in the advanced audio properties or something.
Oh,
With a
that's
bunch of
why.
checkboxes.
Okay.
But I don't know how to do all that.
Listen to Kill Bill. Let's see.
When everything is dead and done, my people want a piece of that pie. Yeah. When everything decays and rots, placed inside the safest spot inside the earth, y'all find the time to find its worth. Post-mortem, postpartum, post-baloney, pray they fucking post-Malone me, build a shrine. Yeah. My mausoleum tall and steeped in what I used to feel.
Whatever. I'll figure that out later.
Building mine. Fuck wait until I die. You little sheep shouting about little peep. I
You should start recording.
the fucking song you talking about is
Yeah, I feel like every time something good happens or something funny happens, I'm never recording it.
That's why Metal is so good, but it's so heavy on my computer and it messes with apps. I don't know why.
My mic just sounds like shit when I use metal. I don't know why.
Oh, same. My mic sounds bad all the time, unless I'm using like all of the nice, pretty audio filters that I have on OBS.
I mean, it sounds fine on Discord.
Oh, does it? That's good.
Yeah. Aside from the bricks here and there. But
The bricks. Yeah, I'm really scared he's gonna hate this. I don't know. Very bad at drawing dogs.
The day is over, your head full of cerebral kaijus. She tries to comfort you and read your eyes to see inside you. She sees you're hurt, so she decides to give you
doesn't NVIDIA have a clipping thing? It does. I just don't remember the keybind for it.
routine got you in a hole and you hate digging it. Started off small and now you fit in it. Yeah, toss her 2 cents intuition. Well, she wish you well. The day is over, your head full of cerebral kaijus. She's sick of trying to save you all the time, believes it's idle. The day is over, your head full of cerebral kaijus. Tonight's the last time that she'll sleep beside you.
I'm digging up a pit for me to die inside her, cause I don't trust these shaky hands. No. I'm digging through your little stack of lies that piled up, so you don't have to face
Big
me,
money
I'll
idea.
do it for you. I got my shovel,
I do like money.
I got my tuxedo. I got my shovel, got my gloves, I got my tuxedo. I got my shovel, got my gloves, I got my tuxedo. Yo.
ASMR anime girl and bring in the big bucks and never tell them I'm a guy. I
You
was
should.
planning on doing that too. I think that's a good idea.
Honestly, I think it is.
You just need a good voice changer. Or you just learn how to speak like a girl, I guess.
I think learning how to speak like a girl would be better. The authentic experience.
Probably. Yeah.
I ran away from my feelings. Still don't know no better, baby. Late night drug dealing. Always one time.
Is that what you wanted?
Lately, nothing makes sense. Except for being with you. Let don't pay the rent, but baby, love songs do.
No way.
Chakra bone, shaka boom.
Yeah, you should definitely do it then.
Fuck around and catch some feelings. Let them bloom, shape the room. I don't bruise, live a little whip it with a crew. Bumps in the back with the bruise. What the fuck could I lose? Stick shift stuck on cruise control. I'ma lose control. I'm off that. I'm off that. I'm off that. I'm off that. What's when I cross time bridge? Pump full of drugs to the love time, bitch.
Trying up to mostly do right. Old devices were sold on Vice. Now I slide through like gold on ice. She's so my type, and so I stroke my lights. Got a number and a call last night. All my life been controlled by pride, but I formed mine twice and the door's quite right.
How's your drawing going, Sumi?
Hold my bright, ayy. Sitting by the moonlight, and I won't let you fall. I just wanna sit
Going as well as I can at the moment.
float above skyscrapers, and I don't wanna pump my brakes, cause I would rather see what this buzz might take us.
Take that as a good thing.
No.
Oh,
No.
it's not a good thing.
You really struggle at the sketching phase.
Are you like sketching? Are you putting it like are you actually like placing pixels carefully?
Not placing pixels carefully. Sketching.
You should have a pixel art episode. Maybe that's the episode you should be on soon.
There's nothing I'd be able to do.
But you like doing pixel art, huh?
I think so. I don't know, I haven't done it in a while, so I don't know how I feel towards it.
That's true.
What you thought this was, what you think it is, what you trying to say. Ay, fuck it, I'ma do it off faith. Dust in my chest and a blunt in my face. Come from a place where what matters don't matter. What matters is scattered all over the map. I don't see nothing, really it's nothing but bitch. I'ma dip on my toes in the trap, hoping to sap. Trees falling, fiends calling, fuck off of my line, ho. Dipping and dodging a 5-0. You making it harder to vibe, ho. Let me twist the Dutch, you lift me up, don't give a fuck, it's my business. Say they fuck with me, to fuck with me. I flood the streets to find business.
I think the last time I did it was last year. But I don't know, I think it's too hard for me. I don't think I can do it well. Pixel art.
It's just strange. I feel like pixel art would be a lot easier for some reason. I don't know.
Pixel art is so difficult. I hate it.
Yeah.
Is it?
I feel like you need. I mean, like in terms of pixel art, I want to do. I think I'd need a lot better understanding of color theory.
Oh, that makes sense.
Faye Webster, my beloved.
Yeah, people that do those itty bitty pixel arts, I'm just like, how? I need like 3,000 pixels to do something. Do your parents know about your VTuber stuff, Ochi?
Yeah, they're very supportive. My
Oh.
mom's less interested, but my dad is very supportive. Wait, I can I'm happy to show one of the messages he sent. Because I was talking to him about rigging, and I showed him Limu's rig, which I really like.
Oh, Limu's rig is so
Yeah!
good, man. Oh my
Dude,
God.
it's so good. So I showed him her rig, and I was like telling him I was fine-tuning the parameters, all that good stuff. I sent him a picture when I got the email that I got affiliate. He gave me a little thumbs up. I did send him a clip from when I first used the model when I was playing I Have No Mouth, and he commented he wished it moved on a better axis, and this was before I like fixed the rigging to accommodate my movement.
Mhm.
Let me see. He said. Let me send the screenshot. I love my dad so much. He's been very supportive from the start, and he was like, if you're able to turn a profit and you're able to make money off of this, and you're able to like but like fulfill your dream of doing something that makes you happy. That's all I can ask for. Because he's like I didn't manage to do that myself. I'm still working on that. And if you're able to do that, that would be amazing.
So based.
Yeah, I love my dad. My mom's like, that's weird. But she's
that's a reaction I was expecting.
well, yeah, my mom's like, that's weird, but she is happy that I'm monetized. She is very supportive. She's just supportive in her own way.
Mhm.
For those, I'm not gonna send the screenshot. I'm not gonna show the screenshot on stream, but for those that can't see it, I was showing him the tracking. I was explaining what the tracking is. I said one day I'd love to have a model that's this well tracked. And he said, I agree, very well done. You need to figure that crap out. And he talks in sentences. So proper punctuation, ended with periods. No emojis. I told him my goals with my current model, in parentheses, investment and time, I'm able to save up for a model that looks this good, which that is my goal. I would love a model. I would love to be able to save up for an iPhone to get AR kit. He said, I mean, turn whatever profit you make into an investment to move it along and whatnot. You'll get there eventually. I have faith. He said, I've got faith. Your tiny Minnie Mouse voice will get you far.
That's cool.
It's very cool. I feel very fortunate. My whole family is very supportive. So
That's good. That's good.
yeah. What about you?
Oh no, I'm never gonna tell him about this. Mm.
That's
Like my sister follows me on Twitter. My sister's like 2 years older than us, or
Uh-huh.
than me rather. So I'd expect her to like really know what VTubers are, but she's like so out of the loop with like modern day streaming stuff.
Mhm.
So just having these Sona, she's like, "Is that supposed to be you? Are you a monkey? What's a VTuber?" And I'm so glad she doesn't have a Twitch account because she would be very perplexed by this. My parents as well.
fascinating.
Yeah.
I can't shut up. So I grew up telling my parents everything. They know all my friends.
Mm.
They've always been very like in the loop with any of my online friends that I've made. They know my friends. They remember my friends. I have talked to them about you guys. No, they're so nice. They're so nice. I've been showing them my art and my Sonas as I've made my Sonas. So they've seen all of them. They're familiar that like it's a representation of me, whatever, blah blah blah. I don't know. I think it's very cool. And I'm
That is very cool.
very fortunate. Yeah. Both my younger siblings have Sonas too. So I mean, I've got that going for me. Any anime girl who watches El Goku. She's on to something.
What about you, Sumi?
What about me? Only my
Would
sister
you ever
knows.
tell your parents?
I tell my mom, not my dad. My mom kind of already knows that I have like a Sona and stuff like that.
Oh.
But she doesn't know that I VTube. My brother knows though. Actually, funny
awkward.
story. My brother, he talked to me the other. No, it was like there was like a period of time where you were streaming a lot.
Me? Or who?
Yeah, you.
Oh, yeah.
And he was like, your SO's like Twitch notifications keeps popping up on my Twitch. And I'm like,
He
oh.
follows me?
Yeah.
Oh, brother.
And I'm like, it's because I told him to follow you so you can hit affiliate or
Oh,
something.
right. I do remember that.
So I was like, Lamau, I didn't expect him to remember that that was you.
I think that was Wukong, Eric. Yeah.
Hmm. Okay. I kept getting like a pop-up, like pre-roll ads are disabled. I forgot what pre-roll meant.
I still get that pop up, and I don't even really know what it means.
Oh, pre-roll ads are the ads that pop up before you, like, when somebody joins the stream. That's the ad that immediately pops up. I
okay,
hate
okay.
those personally, so I did disable them. But I think they're supposed to like turn on like 10 minutes later. That way, people are able to actually explore the stream and decide whether they want to stay before they have
Ooh,
to sit
that's
there, go through a whole ad, and then sit there for 2 minutes, watch me stare at my screen, and then decide they're bored.
Yeah. I think when I'm watching streamers, like the rare occasion that I do, pre-roll ads really get me. Like the second they pop up, I'm just like, I'm not interested anymore.
No, exactly. It's like, now I really don't want to see it, like what they're doing.
Yeah.
It's really bad
It's
when
really
peeps
bad
raid.
when people raid. It is. It really is.
Yup. So,
Maybe
something
I
I'm gonna
should
keep
disable those, yeah.
disabled because I
Or
want people to be
or
able to
delete them.
vibe check. What?
Yeah. Like I'll probably disable them too.
Yeah. Leave immediately if the ad pops up. No, same. And that's why I turn them off for pre-roll. Like, they can start facing ads after they've decided they actually want to stay. Unless it's at the very start of the stream. Bro. You're part of the problem.
I mean, if it is a starting soon screen, then I think it's fine. You're not really missing anything. I'll sit
Oh,
through
yeah.
that.
Like, if it's a starting soon screen, whatever. But if it's, like, I was thinking, like, mid-stream. Like, oh, an ad? Fuck you. Like, damn, okay.
Who wants a founder's badge and OG stream? Eric's asking. I do want a founder's badge, but I'll have to wait till Friday, I think. Yeah, Friday.
I don't know what that means.
I am a founder.
Like you're one of the first 10 subs
Oh.
after hitting affiliate. So like you're an OG and your badge just shows that you're a founder when you're subscribed.
Oh, that's so cool. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I need help, Judd.
What happened?
This is
Eric!
Thank you, Eric.
Ain't no way. Thank you,
Ooh.
Eric.
Eric, wow, Eric really is like the sugar pineapple.
What just happened?
Don't worry about it. Yeah, I'm fine.
Wait, but do gift subs count as founders? I actually don't think so. Test.
Yeah, I think
Oh,
the
no.
I think the thing I put up, it was still dusty. I didn't actually clean it off, so I don't think the command strip stuck. Oh yeah, no, everything's
Oh, no, I
fine.
don't think so, Eric.
I'm sorry. I mean, I didn't do anything, but I still feel bad.
I think that's what happened to me with Yuri's chat. I was gifted a sub, and I wanted to be founder, but thankfully nobody took all the slots.
Thank you for the sub, Sumi. I didn't say it immediately because you're already here. Did she steal the thing?
Say something?
No.
Do you still have
I don't
founder
know.
slots, Amy?
Do I?
My
still have
key.
it?
What the
On my
fuck?
channel?
Who took
Yeah.
my key?
How do I check if I do?
It flung all the way across the room.
I actually
Bruh.
don't know.
You're holding me and holding back.
When the pinboard fell, it knocked one of my keys off my keyboard and it crossed the room.
Bruh.
There's a pause between every minute. Feeling like
I don't like this color. It sounds like you're hoping we call you that.
Sugar pineapple?
Nobody brought it up till you did. It sounds like you want us to.
No, Sumi said that.
No, no, I
Oh,
said it.
I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah.
My bad. No. He's gonna kill us. Me, specifically. He's gonna kill me.
Wait, I don't think you have what do you call it? Founder slots, Sumi.
Really?
Yeah, because you switched your old VTuber account to this one, right?
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, so your old
Mm.
subs were your founders.
Oh.
Dang it.
Oh no.
This is not going well. It looks like he dipped his paws in gravy.
Oh. Yummy? Question mark?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm struggling with this.
How to check founders on Twitch. Go to your creator, blah blah, subscribe to the Oh.
And take it away from an inactive person. Ew. Does the next person that subbed get it?
Few details. I have 6 founders.
So there's slots open.
Yeah, 4 more. There's Sumi, Eric, Yuri, Carl, CJ, Rupert.
So there's room for one more.
No, you're not allowed.
Why?
You're blacklisted.
Wow. Sickening. It's because I'm a woman, isn't it?
Yeah. Women, am I right?
Disgusting.
What?
Right, Sumi?
What? Right about what?
Exactly. Thank you.
Oh.
How long were you planning on streaming, Ochi?
How long has it been? Hour and a half? I don't
long
know.
has
How
it
long
been?
were you planning on streaming?
I don't even know.
I don't know. I figured I would finish the art projects that I have. I'd finish the gifts at bare minimum. And then probably go to bed.
Mm,
I don't like that. 3-hour stream,
3-hour
probably.
Let's go. I don't even think I could finish a drawing in 3 hours. Well, like a proper drawing.
I just have a little. My drawings are more simple than yours. I think. I don't know how to give him the orange.
What should I get as Ochi Doodle?
I don't know. I won't influence your decision, but you should get Kane.
You should get.
You do need to take advantage of the fact that my tab's open right now.
That's true. Maybe I should also redeem. And in 10 more channel points, I can.
Man, I'm glad there's only 3, like 3 per stream. I limited it. Kane would be good, right? That's a lot. Not really. MSP doodles don't take very long. Neither do like doodle doodles. Because they're actually doodles. They're not like cheap, like sketches.
Yeah, I think I should limit my doodles to like 2 per stream.
How intensive do you do your doodles?
They can take like 30 minutes to an hour.
Brother! 30 minutes? That's not a doodle.
Well, to me, they're doodles.
Bro.
Even though, thinking about it, I do the exact same process as I do for an actual drawing, just lower quality.
Dude. That's not a doodle. That's not a doodle. That's like a regular piece of art. Or
Yeah, but it's lower quality. And I don't really stress too much. I just draw.
whatever floats your boat.
Eek.
I always oversleep. I'm always next to you. Do you see me in your dreams? 'Cause I see you see me too. At times my mind feels too full, and I want to empty it. But I'm scared to write my thoughts down.
Kane, because you couldn't think of anything. Thanks for the channel redeem. I'll draw Kane.
Oh, Sumi, I forgot you sent me something.
I sent you many things.
Send me one thing. When you said help.
I've sent you many things
Here,
in the
let me look at a
past
picture of
3
Kane.
hours.
Oh, I mean, I've seen them. Like the art, the pixel art.
You didn't see anything. How would I know if you saw it?
Oh, good question. What do you need help with? You want me to put it up on my stream?
Oh, please don't.
Oh,
With the pose, I don't know what to do with the arms or the other leg.
you're using a reference? Or are you doing it kind of freely?
It's the ones that I sent you the other day.
How far was that? You sent them in DMs, right? Or did you send the... Oh yeah, it was in DMs. Well, how do I do this if I can't draw on it?
You can draw on it.
But I can't put it on stream. I
Fine,
can't
put it
my
on
own
stream.
Why are you yelling at me? You will put it on MS Paint. Jeez.
No, you can put it on stream. It's okay.
No, I'm putting it on MS Paint.
No, don't put it on. Put it on stream. It's fine. I won't be embarrassed
It's
of
on
a simple
MS Paint
sketch.
already.
Why?
Because
You hate
I already
me.
opened it. You told me not to put it on stream initially, and I opened MS Paint.
I changed my mind. I like how she looks so depressed. And Jun just is so cute with this Chikawa face.
I don't look depressed.
Alright, my keybinds don't work.
Yeah, you do.
I look
You-
happy. See?
You
Look.
so happy to be here.
What did I think of the latest episode? I loved it. I honestly can't say that I complain about any of their episodes. I'm a lover though. I'm not a hater when it comes to media I really like. Maybe that's my toxic trait. Koji might just have resting bitch face. I definitely do. I actually had conversations with my sister about this. I was like, and my friend, like, my in-person friend. I talked to both of them, and I was like, I swear, I thought I was a really expressive person. And both of them were like, no. Who told you that? And I was under the impression that I'm a very expressive person because my voice is so expressive, and that's all I ever hear is, wow, you're so expressive. From people that can't see my face. And then the people that can see my face get really mixed signals. My friend, she looked at me, she was like, she said she has to look at, she looks at me, she thinks I sound really happy and really enthused, and then she looks over at me and it's completely deadpan. And she was like, she asked me multiple times whether or not I'm having fun when we're hanging out, and I just thought she was being anxious. It's because when I say when I'm sitting there and I'm like, oh yeah, I'm having lots of fun, I'm looking like this. And I'm like, yeah, I'm having a lot of fun.
I also do that.
And it's just, yeah, it's bad.
Especially when I think something is funny, but I'm not laughing, but I genuinely thought it was funny, but I just not
I
laughing.
do the same thing. It's really, really bad. I'm very bad with my expressions, and I didn't know that I was, because I'm so good with my voice, and my voice is very, very expressive, and I feel like my voice gets, like, I thought I was gonna be super expressive. Like, when I, like, rigged a model and everything, when I prepped everything, I was like, oh yeah, this is gonna be great. I'm gonna be super expressive, and this is gonna be really easy, and I don't have to worry about anything. And then I started streaming, and only my voice was super expressive. I didn't realize until I started scrubbing the VOD, and I was like, wow, I am mean mugging the camera the entire time. Some peeps I ran into would think that I was mad all the time. I'd just be you're squinting at times. Yeah, I have, I don't know, when I was younger, I would also get questions of, are you okay? And my friends would, I don't know if they thought I was mad or what. I think they told me that I looked angry. I don't know. Like, in middle school, my friends would ask a lot, are you okay? And I'd be like, yeah, I'm fine. Why? Like, you look mad. I'm not mad. I'm having a blast. This is genuinely fun. But then I think it doesn't help that I actively utilize the wrong tone too. Which, again, not intentional. I only use the right tone like 90% of the time when I am like in customer service. My customer service is really good. But there's probably a plenty of people that can't tell my smile's fake. I love drawing teeth. This is a delightful.
I hate drawing teeth.
Why?
I don't know. They always just look like scarier when they have detailed teeth.
I don't draw detailed teeth very often because of that. But I do really enjoy drawing teeth. I'm good at drawing teeth, is the thing. They're so easy to draw. I think they're the one thing that I can't fuck up. Really bad habit of telling people something where I make it seem like there's more to the story and there isn't, so I stop talking about it. They're waiting for more. I do the same thing. I agree, very bad. I just leave it on a cliffhanger. I think recently one of my favorite things to do to my family is to be like, hey, guess what? And then don't follow it up. Oh, wait, I'll go, did you know? And I don't tell them anything. I just let it drop. And they're staring at me and they're like, is there anything else? I'm like, no.
You do that intentionally?
Mm-hmm.
I see.
Sometimes it's genuine and I do follow it up with actual information. I like to keep people on their toes. I did it to my dad earlier before stream. I was like, did you know? And then I walked to the trash can to throw something away. He likes to finish the sentence though. his favorite way to finish the sentence is if I say that, he'll go, that petunias are perennials. That's one of his favorite phrases.
Petunias are what?
Perennials.
Isn't perennial like? Oh, that's a perennium. Never mind.
What's a perennium?
Isn't it like a bone part?
I don't know.
Unless my anatomy is bad.
The perineum is the area between the anus and the scrotum.
Yeah.
What? That's crazy.
Ay.
Knowing your anatomy is important, guys. Actually, I shouldn't shame that.
Yep. Especially as an artist, you need to know how to draw perennium, guys.
Yeah? You think so?
Huh? Yeah.
Okay. Petunias are technically tender perennials, meaning they can live for multiple years. Yeah, I thought most perennials will live, like perennials, like they do live multiple years. That's the thing. They'll come back every year. They're a perennial. Google AI, I hate it. I've had to start searching all of my web searches with minus AI because I'm so sick of seeing it. How fun would it be if Kane had a bit of a snaggletooth? I think the issue with that idea is if he had imperfect teeth, it would make him more human, which is against his whole thing. That's against his character. He can't really, design-wise, be anything but perfect. Because that's what it's
Is
programmed
that spoilers,
to be.
chat?
No, that's not spoilers.
Oh.
It's not spoilers. It's episode 1. He's an AI. Really hate how bad it is at times. You should Google, you should look up, I am a kitten and and I'm stuck in the cold. What do I do? And it'll just, yeah. It'll just start
Huh?
giving you, like, advice as if you're a kitten.
Like an AI thingy?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Speaker.
Did you know I was simple? Did you know I was little too? Just like you.
See? Oh no, little one. If you're a kitten stuck in the cold, you need to find warmth fast by hiding in a warm spot like a car engine.
Brother.
Under a house or asking a kind human for help. By using using blankets, towels, or even a warm water bottle for insulation. If you're very cold, it's a vet emergency. So try to find a warm person or shelter, as it's very dangerous for tiny kittens to be cold. It's crazy. It's so funny. The car engine suggestion is crazy. That's like #1, don't do if you're a cat. Yeah,
A
no.
lot of cats do that.
Huh?
A lot of cats do that.
Yeah, but they shouldn't be telling cats to look for warmth in
true.
a car engine. Google AI is giving unethical advice. Let's sue him for this. Yeah, the parentheses and carefully is so fucking funny. I'm taking a bit longer on the doodle just because I love Kane. I want to do him right. I should make this a cane pog. Hold on. I'm gonna make him pog.
Dang, how long does it get, or how long does it take to get 10 points? Jeez.
New Google Easter egg? I have no idea what that is.
I don't think I have. Do you have 7 TV or better TTV? You can set it to auto claim the points. Actually, look up 6-7 in Google. That's so stupid. Oh my god. That's actually cool though.
You're holding me and holding back. I don't really care for that. Just you. There's a pause between every minute. Feeling like I need something. It's just you. I know, I know, I know, I know you. I know, I know, I know, I know I'll quiet down if it's what you want. I understand I'm not the only one for you. So tell me what you're looking for. Is it a picture perfect girl for you?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I enabled that. Sick. What?
I'm on my way. Wait,
To
my
the
glasses.
rescue!
Imagine Eric does it before you. Sigh.
Wait, this is the wrong channel.
Oh, also on Ochi's channel. Dang.
Crazy.
Wait, I can't. Why is your chat not popping up? It's so over.
Oh, thank you, Eric.
Thanks, Eric. I was having technical difficulty.
Will I stop crying for
Give this guy a raise.
it's hurting my eyes? There's a difference between lonely and lonesome, but I'm both.
If you share ban info, it should not. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, I'm both all the time. I don't let myself out, but I like it like that. I don't get the point of leaving my house, 'cause I always come back. Yeah, always come back. And I'm too scared to look. I never know what happens, so I keep rereading the same book, 'cause I know how it ends. Yeah, I know how it ends. I'm loneliest at night, after my shower beer, and I'll go to sleep without turning out the light.
There's a new game? Or you mean like the announcement for the game?
Like some
Because I know on the January announcements,
pretend
they're going to actually reveal it, I think. Official trailer for new mobile game. I did not see that.
sit around till I find something better to spend my time, but nothing's appealing. Nothing really lasts that long for me to realize I'm still alone. You're
what's the game called, Eric? I'll search it right now. Oh, that's the already existing card game. It's on PC. It's been on PC for a while. But I do not like the UI. How's it going, guys?
I love Kane.
Seem very locked in there.
Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty much done.
Oh.
Yeah. It's a little Kane doodle.
Peeking.
He's so cute.
Oh.
You should watch The Amazing Digital Circus.
Yeah. We're supposed to.
Are you going to?
Now that's a question. Sumi?
No clue. We're supposed to be watching a lot of things, but we don't.
You guys don't even like me. You aren't interested in anything that I like.
That's not true. I'm interested in it. I watch it by myself.
First, you say you're gonna watch My Little Pony, and then you never do.
I forgot I said that.
And then you
Well,
say you're gonna watch The Amazing Digital Circus, and you're not
At
going
least
to.
we started. It's only 7 episodes, right?
You only started before I mentioned it.
Okay, you know,
You don't
I
even
just
like
won't
me.
watch it at all.
I expected you to not watch it. You don't even like me. You don't even like me that much. If you
Well,
liked me, you would be like, oh my god, I love The Amazing Digital Circus.
Why
I watched
didn't we
all
continue
7
watching it?
episodes.
Because it's you, Judd.
What do you mean?
You don't want to watch it. The last time I brought it up, you didn't want to watch it. You want to watch something else. And then ever since then, your stupid sleep schedule is stupid. So we're never like on the same time to watch stuff. Because you're always sleeping when I'm awake.
And you're always sleeping when I'm awake.
I'm
Whose
mocking
fault is
Sumi.
that?
Oh,
Yours.
you were mocking me.
No.
I don't know about that.
It is
I
definitely.
wake up at I wake up midday. And by the time I wake up, you're always tuckered out. Even though it's not even nighttime yet. And even in the mornings you're tuckered out. So I don't want to hear it.
You still don't want to watch, so still on you.
I agreed. Last time you said we needed to watch, I agreed.
So then we'll watch it today. You have a problem with that?
I don't.
Okay, we'll watch it today.
Your sleep schedule might have a problem with that.
Shut up! We'll watch it.
I don't remember what happened though, to be honest. I will need to recap.
We'll just start from episode 1.
I mean, I could just read the episode descriptions.
We will just start from episode 1.
Oh, okay.
Kane is thinking about me. We're in love.
Kind of parasocial.
What would my character look like in the Amazing Digital Circus? When's my birthday? March 27th.
Doxed?
No. Lots of people have birthdays on March 27th.
True.
I mean, I'm not
Wait.
the only person.
Isn't Rupert's birthday also March 27th?
What?
Oh, wait, no, it's May. Wait, no, it's March.
There's already enough similarity between us. I don't think we need to add more.
March 20? Let me ask him right now. It was March 20 something.
Oh god.
Like late 20 something. That's Rupert.
My TADC Dona. Fox ears.
Rupert's is March 30?
Thank God.
Oh.
Wow. I was muted this entire time.
Yeah.
I was like, it's March 30th. It's March 30th.
Oh.
We were not
I was like-
ignoring you.
I was like, wow, Jun, you don't know his birthday and I do, but nobody even heard me to begin.
Yeah, I doubt he remembers my birthday.
That's not true. I think he does.
All the cool people have March birthdays. my sister, she just went, aw.
Is her birthday also March?
No.
Oh.
Huh? A subgenre of cool people? You're in the nerd category.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Nerds are cool though.
Are you playing
Right, guys?
Roblox?
Nerds are cool.
Okay.
Ochi, you're
Thank you.
literally a nerd.
That's true.
My sister's been locked into this Roblox game.
Is it Steal the Brain Rot?
Tabby, what's it called? Huh?
Dragon Adventure.
Dragon Adventures.
Never heard of it.
Me neither. She said it's so brain rot.
I think May birthday peeps are the coolest. Isn't your birthday in May? if I'm remembering correctly. But May is a cool month.
From the table to my left, explaining his tattoos and the ones he hasn't gotten yet. Some of them with meaning, but most of them with regret. But it's not a sad thing. It's not a sad thing. It's not a sad thing at all.
A cane body pillow or a boiled one body pillow? Cane. I want a cane body pillow.
Dang, she really loves
Do
cake.
those exist?
If I had to
They probably do
choose,
exist.
if I had to choose between the boiled one and cane, I would want cane. I'm saying that now.
Oh,
Sui knows my address.
Noted.
Putting it on stream right now, guys.
Do not.
Oh wait, this one's also good.
What would be my... You didn't hesitate as scary? That's my sister. She's in the room with me.
She does have a Twitch account.
Who?
Your sister.
Oh, yeah, she does.
She's been here before? Like in OG's chat? I don't remember seeing her. When OG is scary enough. I'm not scary. I'm very nice. Very kind. Why is everybody agreeing? I've done nothing to deserve this. Probably the bloody eye. Or the lack of eye. Yes.
It might be. Imagine living with her. Wow. You're as nice as your model is happy looking is crazy. Jesus. I think I will do a clown outfit. Did you see Kane Tabby? Look at my stream. I don't know if the mic picked that up, but she said awooga.
Ain't no way. These guys are freaks.
It's not being a freak if it's being honest.
I think freaks are too honest.
What? Being
Yeah,
too
'cause they-
honest.
Because they admit to the freaky stuff. Because they're honest about it. Like Grouper and Glenji.
You're just calling
Sumi.
him out. And Sumi?
I am not in that category.
See, Sumi?
What's up?
Wow.
What Eric's saying.
What did Eric say? I don't have my glasses. I can't see the chat.
Why do you never have your glasses?
I don't draw with my glasses.
It's crazy.
So what did he say?
He said, honestly, it's hard to tell who's more freaky at times, Sumi, between you and Glenji.
Kind of.
I feel it's just more common for Glenji to show it since he's in call more often.
What kind? When have I ever said anything freaky publicly?
What? What kind of question is that?
What do
I
you
can vouch
mean?
you've talked about things freaky in public. What do you mean?
Like what?
I'm not gonna say it on stream. I don't want to get banned. Bro,
Oh,
Is
Is
it a
that bad?
bannable?
Holy!
Is it a bannable offense?
bro.
Holy moly!
I don't know if it's
guys.
bannable, but I don't want to risk it. I haven't
don't
looked at the NSFW terms of service.
I don't think I've said anything too bad. Maybe I don't know.
I don't know. You definitely have. Let me text you.
Text? Yuki for your number?
No, I think she just meant message.
On Discord.
Oh, okay.
Jesus.
Eric said Sumi be drooling for some of the Wuwa girls at times.
Well, that's like normal. Everyone does that.
Do they?
Wait, Ochi, I did not do this.
Yes, you did.
I did.
You did.
I
Wait,
don't.
what
I
did you
don't-
do?
I don't-
I need to know
You
now.
totally did. Jen was there. He can vouch.
I
I
don't
was there.
remember this.
Hold on.
What did I do?
I don't
What
remember
did she
this
do?
at all.
I'll send it to you.
I did this.
Yes, you did. I'm not insane. Why would I claim this? I'm pretty sure Jun started the conversation, actually.
Huh?
genuinely have no recollection of this happening.
This was the other day.
The other day.
Yeah, this was recent.
recent.
Yes!
Oh,
See?
I do remember that.
See?
What? I don't remember. This one was the.
I'm not crazy.
I don't remember this. The heck. I have large portions of like my memories missing. I don't remember this.
It was like a long
It's-
conversation, too.
Uh,
You were very passionate about it.
three details. in
I
your,
was passionate.
Yes.
Yo, wait. The fact that I can't remember this is actually tripping me out.
This was recent.
Oh. Yeah. Okay. I remember.
Mhm. I don't think that's a
Oh.
bannable offense. I
That's
think.
not bannable. I don't know.
It probably isn't, but I'm not gonna say what she said out loud on
Yeah.
stream.
Please.
Putting that out
I
without
swear I'm
permission.
innocent.
Oh my god, it's Maddie. Thank you for being in my chat,
Whoa.
Maddie.
Wow. I see how it is.
Who's Maddie?
Bro.
Leo.
Oh, Leo. I thought you were saying Maddie, like not Matty. Hi, Maddie.
That's crazy.
I heard like Maddie, like Madison Maddie.
You really think I have female friends? That's crazy.
Yes.
I don't count as a female friend.
Oh, you're right.
Man.
No, there's a difference. Like
Oh,
if
she's
you're
one of the boys.
yeah, you're one of the boys. Exactly.
Thank God. I work hard to be in that position.
You and Twinkle, I considered the boys.
Men.
I'm a man now.
Crazy.
Just as it was always meant to be.
Hey, we are playing Backrooms tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
That was confirmed. Okay. Hopefully we beat it tomorrow.
I like this.
Like what?
My TADC Sona.
TADC. Oh, digital.
Every time I say it, you're like TAGC.
I gotta think if it's like a new.
It's the same thing every time.
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't remember it every time, but in my head, my first thought is that like new lingo that the kids use these days?
You don't even like me.
Who are you? Who invited this guy?
I'm hosting.
Right.
Who are you?
Oh, that's nice. That's like TMTH? What is TMTH? Sumi?
Huh?
What is TMTH?
TMTH?
Yeah. Oh,
I
too much to
haven't-
handle. Is that a thing?
I've
Do
never
people
heard
say
of
that? This be millennial acronym? Never heard of it.
Staring at my screen so hard. Okay.
Name the people that I want to meet, but I'm afraid it'll change what I think. If I could meet someone else, I'd probably choose someone I don't know too much about.
Oh, she's so no. She can't be sneaky. She just rattles. She's terrible during stealth missions. I've been wanting a TADC Sona because I think it's such a fun AU, but I haven't been able to figure out how to design it. I think a Sona's easier than an OC because there's so much leniency with the characters and the designs that it doesn't give me a good place to start. makes it very difficult for me. But we're twinning. We are. We are twinning. I don't know if you guys. I don't know if you guys haven't seen her Sona. Her Sona's a jester. It's very exciting. God damn it. All right. Dingle, dingle. Okay, I'm looking at your Sona, your model as a reference. It's gonna be a chibi.
Oh, free art.
In anything? Does it have to be that outfit specifically?
It could be anything.
Okay.
This picture in my mind of this perfect figure, and I might be wrong. I don't want to know how to lead my mind. I got this picture in my mind, this perfect figure. The day that I met you, I started dreaming. Now I write 'em down if I remember in the morning time. I don't know that much about Kingston, but I like the sound it makes when it starts pouring rain. I think that tonight I'll leave my light on, 'cause I get lonely when it's out, and I miss you right about now. Baby, tell me where you wanna go. Baby, tell me what you wanna know. Give you everything that heaven more. He said, baby, that's what he called me. I love you. Every single word you say makes me feel some type of way. It's the thought of you that slightly scares me, but it takes my breath away. Forget what
Does this help
I was gonna say.
painters feel? felt when making portraits in the 1500s.
What do you mean? How they felt?
I'm like looking between the drawing and your model.
Oh.
I'm like, I see.
Have you ever done like a live drawing of like people like in a class?
I haven't.
Oh.
Someone's gonna end up in anime art style if I do that. I think I wouldn't mind, but also those usually cost money, and I'm not willing to pay money to see somebody naked when I can find it online for free.
That's true.
Do me a favor.
Hmm?
Scooch a little to the left.
Like turn to the left?
Wait, actually I can move Sumi a little bit. There we go. Yeah, turn left. Thank you. Had to get your hair. It's very neat.
No, Eric, I did not get to. I was not in that class, unfortunately, because I was on the graphic design track.
When did I start listening to country music? Faye Webster, when did you start doing country music? I've only listened to one album.
I was gonna ask how detailed did y'all draw their junk, bruh, considering your Among Us drawings. We don't talk about those. I'm a changed man.
I don't believe that.
You don't believe that?
No, I think you're lying.
Oh. Well, I haven't drawn an Among Us with genitals in a while.
Confess. Somebody clip that.
Huh? Oh, you have freckles, right? What color are your freckles?
They're just, they're pale. They're skin tone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No special no special freckles, just skin tone.
ready for Saturday? What's Saturday? Oh, we're meeting up on Saturday. Right. I guess I'm ready. I don't see why not. Unless for some reason I can't withdraw my money, then I will not be ready for Saturday. But I should be able to. I think we're going to Zaxby's. At least that's what the wheel said.
John, what's your favorite animal?
Ooh. Mm, red pandas, probably. Sumi. Sumi.
What?
Oh, just making sure you're alive.
Yes. I'm alive.
How's your drawing going?
Not drawing anymore.
What?
I took a break.
Oh. Well, how was your drawing going?
Okay.
Okay. Eric asked if we could see Sumi art progress.
No.
No. Yeah.
Maybe next stream. Yeah. I'll stream too.
Actually, for our stream?
Yeah.
Nice. I invited Raimi and she said she was down to join, but she has not joined, so. That is a mood though, Eric. Reaper does that a lot too.
There you go, Jen.
It's done?
Yeah.
Checking stream. Oh, wait, that's so cute.
I'm glad.
I have a winter outfit.
You
Let's
do have a winter
go.
outfit. And look. Red panda scarf.
Wait, that's so cute.
Oh,
that looks so
yeah.
cute.
I love that.
I'm
Dang.
glad.
Thought you were gonna draw me in something freaky. Not gonna lie.
I almost drew you in a maid outfit.
Oh,
Yeah,
dang,
that's what I
I
was
wish.
expecting. That's exactly what I was expecting. Oh, man. If you could send that to me.
Yeah, after I actually saved the file.
Also, I need your onion on my stream because I finished your first one. At least I think I'm finished.
Oh! Let me see. I don't even have your stream open. I'm a hater.
Oh, damn. Okay.
I'm opening it. I'm opening it.
She does hate me, Maddie.
That's so cute. That's so cute. Oh my god, wait. Why is
Wait.
my mouth orange on your stream?
It's orange on my stream.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's purple.
It's purple.
Really? When I'm viewing the stream, my mouth looks orange.
It's definitely purple.
Are you colorblind?
No! I'm not, I swear.
Everyone sees purple.
I'm taking a screenshot to defend myself because it's on my screen, it's orange.
You might need to get you a new monitor.
No, because it's purple everywhere else. It's just like in that specific spot. I don't know
Huh?
why.
Orange.
Did you put little drawing tablets in front of us?
Yeah.
That's so cute.
I
Okay.
think she means in her model.
Yeah, no, in my model.
Oh, yes, her
Oh, I thought
model
you meant in
is.
the
Yeah, no.
drawing.
We thought you-
Yeah, it is.
No.
It's orange on VTube Studio. on my
What? No, it's
memory.
not.
It is orange.
If you look
Oh,
at my
wait,
stream, it's
orange
purple.
on your stream. I mean, it's purple on your stream.
Yeah.
Interesting.
What did you do to your
Oh.
VTube studio? Because it's purple.
It was me.
It's a you problem.
I don't know.
You made me look schizophrenic.
Maybe
We're-
Cheetos or something.
We're all like,
Cheetos.
Ochi, it's purple. What are you talking?
No. Oh my god. Bro. Okay. I'm actually super happy with these doodles. They're so good.
Based.
Guys, in case you didn't know, Kane's my husband. His actions are unforgivable and I love him.
Oh no, Eric requested a doodle.
Dude, I
The
think in
group
my
in
stream,
Among Us form.
my teeth are gone too. In your
In your
stream.
Oh yeah, you don't have
Oh,
teeth.
mine? Hey, it's not my
Love
fault. It's
that.
VTube Studios' fault.
I look like I have no teeth.
The group in Among Us form. Who's the group, Eric? Because I ain't about to draw like
17
people.
of them.
Holy shit! I need you to
I mean, but it's like,
specify who.
Among Us, so it's like easier though.
I guess so.
Oh, she's just aged lunge on stream. Oh god. I need dentures.
Didn't you wear?
Dentures!
An Among Us form.
Okay. I'm very happy about these. I think it's been so long since I've drawn Phantom stuff. Also, I forgot how easy it is to draw chibis. Done so cute. Look at that.
Just draw the peeps who remember joining us most of the time for Among Us?
Want a little more space on this side.
So like I don't need to draw people. I just need to draw the beans.
Okay. I'll try to lock in and finish this drawing really quick.
Oh, and VC in general. Okay.
I wish this looked better. Animals aren't my forte. I should specify. Non-furry animals are not my forte.
Do you have animals in your... Well, I guess you don't do commissions. Never mind.
Nope. I used to do commissions. You can say it's bald. I'm glad it looks good because I drew him with too much fur on his face the first time. So I dialed it back. Woof. What? I'm not a big dog. Wow.
Thought she would be so rich if she just did furry art. True.
I've considered it. I'm good at furry art. I'm good
You
at
are?
furry art. Yeah. No, I have
Oh.
Anthro-OCs. I am good at furry art. That is... And I don't think I mean, I've drawn some NSFW. I don't think I would be bad at it. I don't think I would be bad at it. Let me see. I can pull up a picture of one of my Anthro-OCs. Where is he? Rufus! Look at how cute he is. I love Rufus. It's the button. Oh, thank you for turning off my tank lights. Holy shit. I didn't even realize. My poor fish. No, just click it. There's like a bubble on it. I covered it up with tape because I didn't want to.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah. Thank you. I covered it up with tape because there's so much light that comes from that button and I have to sleep in a dark room. Pennywise's next victim? That's his poncho. Look, he's got this poncho. Poncho. He has a poncho. And he doesn't wear it properly because he puts his backpack over his poncho. He's super friendly though. He's very cute. Franklin the Turtle vibes. I know what you're talking about, but I've never watched it. I never watched that. I think he does have Franklin the Turtle vibes. He's so cute. He's not super well developed because he was a character I made for a project my sister's working on. Rufus.
Oh, I love.
Yeah. So he's not super well developed. I think one of my favorite things about him is his apple backpack. If I could have this in real life, I would get it. I'm not a big apple person, but I would get it. It's so cute. This is the only Apple
like the
merchandise.
company Apple?
No.
Oh.
I mean, I don't like the company Apple. That's what I was saying. But the fruit.
Ah.
Mhm. That's Rufus. I think I have other ones. Let me see. Oh, this is an art fight attack I did earlier this year. I mentioned earlier I like drawing teeth. I had a lot of fun drawing her teeth. I'm mutuals with this person on Tumblr now. Persona's so cute. Let's see. I know I have more. Mass Effect Penguin? This was a doodle for a friend. Wanted to cheer him up. A tutorial. This was a while back. I've got art older than this. I think this is just what's saved on my PC. This is all I have saved on my PC. Aside from this other gun penguin. I think it's super cute. It looks good from that one game. Mass Effect. I'm not super familiar with it, but my friend really loves it. Penguins are so fun to draw. I really enjoyed drawing this one, Shelby, but penguins are so cute. I always forget how cute they are. I read something somewhere where penguins, they don't, they're very approachable to humans because they're the only bipedal animal in the North Pole, like in the Arctic. So when they see another bipedal animal, they see it as a penguin. I don't know if that's true, but I think it's very cute. I need to think of new breakfasts. This blows. I want so badly to eat a bagel every morning for breakfast. And I want 1 million bread and toast for breakfast ever in my entire life. I'm allergic to wheat. So...
El Bozo.
I know. Dude, it fucks up my stomach. So if I have a little too much wheat, it just hurts my stomach. Do you know about Lala the penguin? I don't. I'm not familiar. Let me look it up. Lala the penguin. Wait, she's wearing a Pengu backpack. Lala, a 10-year-old king penguin, lives with the Nishimoto family in Japan. He enjoys traveling, especially to the fish store for sardines and mackerel. That's so cute! I didn't know this was a thing! It would go to town and get stuff from Peeps. Oh my god, that's fantastic. Dude, I love animals that are capable of shopping. Understanding the human trade system enough to utilize it to their advantage is one of my favorite things. Like that dog that would give the store owner leaves because they saw people handing green things to the store owner. So they collected leaves to give to trade. Or crows. I'm a big fan of crows and their ability to trade. It already passed away. That's a shame. And I think animals should live forever.
But then they'd outlive their owners and be
Aw.
alone and sad.
That's true. I don't enjoy animals outliving their owners because you can't explain death to them. I changed my mind. I don't want animals to live forever. Man. That blows. You'd never put never put immortality on someone. I think I would be curious about immortality myself if it weren't for the fact that I think being human is too beautiful of an experience. Maybe I think I'm just like extremely optimistic, but I do think that there is something very special about it. So in my head, oh, you know what? It's possible. I'm thinking. It's possible. Yeah, possible. That's just my philosophical beliefs talking. So I'll stop there. My bad. Man, my co-hosts are so boring.
I'm locked in. I'm drawing Among Us. It's such an intricate art, you know?
Let me see. That's very cute. Bro's gonna spend an hour on Among Us.
I probably will.
That's so mean, Ochi. I'm just saying, I'm carrying the conversation. There's 3 of us here.
Well, there was a point where you were drawing Kane and you weren't saying anything. I was the one speaking.
And?
We were just taking
To me, it looks
turns.
like you can be conjoined. Actually, though. You might as
See?
well just erase that section
Yeah.
and make us
I'll do, like,
conjoined.
I'll make it look like the skin is like merged.
Wait, that's so cute. Okay, actually, don't. That's kind of creepy. Don't do that.
But then we'll be together forever.
Undo, undo.
She hates me, guys.
Yeah.
Don't hate anybody.
Yes, you do. You won't even watch The Amazing Digital Circus.
You know,
Yeah.
Ochi, I've had enough of this. I'm leaving.
No, you do that exact thing though, Sumi.
What?
You do that to me. You're like,
You
you're gonna
are.
hate me. You don't love me anymore. You won't watch this with me. You did that just like 2 days ago.
But that's different. It's different because they said it's different.
It's getting a taste
Okay.
of your own
Technically,
medicine.
it's true. You do hate me.
I don't.
You never want to watch anything with me.
I always
that's what I
say
thought.
The
yes.
silence,
No, I
that took a
always-
minute.
I always-
This
Okay.
time.
I was drawing an Among Us. Or I am drawing an Among Us. I always these days say yes to basically anything you want me to watch. You just never tell me when we're gonna watch it.
First of all, that's not true.
That's true.
No, it's not. Second of all, you sleep at awful times. So
You're up in the morning when I'm awake.
yeah, but I
You
like
are
do,
tired in the morning.
I do my routine and then I have to do. A
I
little
wake
bit
up
of
in the
work,
afternoon,
and you wake up at like 5, 6, and I'm already
and
tired
then you're
by
still
then.
tired, bro.
Because I'm awake for the portion of the time that you're sleeping. So by the time you wake up, I'm sleepy. No, he didn't fix the sleep schedule. Every time he says he visits every time he says that he'll fix his sleep schedule, like without fail, at the 12, 1 o'clock mark, he goes to lay down knowing that he's gonna pass out as soon as he hits the bed. And that's what he
At least I am trying, okay?
No, because why would you knowingly go and lay down knowing that you're gonna pass out? That was like a conscious
Because I
decision.
don't think I'm going to pass out as a thing.
But you should have been like, the last 12 times I tried to fix my sleep schedule, every single time I laid down, I fell asleep. And it's always
Ochi, counselor.
Yes, I'm here.
She's being too mean to me.
I'm not being
Okay.
mean to you. I'm being realistic.
Let's hear her side, and then we'll hear your side. Okay?
There is
Okay.
no side. There is one side, and it's my side.
See, that's
I'm
the
sensing
issue
some
at counseling.
tension.
There's only my side because Jun doesn't get to have a side because he's sleeping all the time.
I don't know. I could argue that you sleep a lot too, Sumi.
No. You don't.
Exactly.
But
You
there's
sleep a
difference, there's
lot.
difference. I'm not the one trying to fix my sleep schedule. There's no sleep schedule to be fixed.
But
Jen is the one.
There is a sleep schedule to be fixed, actually.
Low-key,
Because you're sleeping a lot.
low key.
I have.
Your sleep
I have
schedule kind
reasoning,
of
so.
sucks.
Yeah, your reasonings being you eat and take
I-
hot showers before you want to be
I
productive.
am extremely deficient in many vitamins. Okay, I'm
Bro.
always tired. So
I'm just saying,
Yeah,
I get to hang out with Jun more than I get to hang
Yeah,
out with
and I
you
have a
because you're always
job.
tired. You
I
never
have
want to
a
hang.
Oh, so
So
now we're
do
talking about my
I.
unemployment. Okay.
I have a
Eric
job
Johnson.
too.
I brought it up. Ochi, you're excluded from this
What?
conversation.
I'm getting kicked from the conversation. Get out of my office.
No. I mean like I'm only talking to Jun. You don't count. I won't be mean to Ochi because Ochi doesn't do anything wrong.
I don't do anything wrong ever.
Yeah, you've never done anything wrong yet.
Even though I'm.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, because I foresee something coming.
What? I would never. I'm actually. I would never do anything wrong.
Too bad Bozo's not here. It would have been funny if he was here while we were arguing.
Guys, stop fighting!
Stop fighting.
Literally. But also, it's not my fault you never got your blood infusions. And that you don't take vitamins.
I scheduled
Even
an
though I
appoint-
tell you to. And you tell me that you will. And then you don't.
I scheduled my appointment for Saturday, so
And after how many months? And at least I'm trying to make the effort to fix my sleep schedule so that I can hang out with you. If I didn't care about hanging out with you, I wouldn't care about fixing my sleep schedule.
Is it to hang out with me? I just thought you wanted to fix your sleep schedule.
No, because everyone's awake when I'm awake anyway. It's just you. So I have to fix my sleep schedule so I can hang out with you.
So you're saying it's my fault because I don't.
Well, no,
I'm
I'm
not
just saying you
awake.
can meet me halfway, you know, and at least I'm trying. You shouldn't-
What's the
shouldn't berate me
halfway?
for that. Trying to also fix your sleep schedule.
But there's nothing wrong with my sleep schedule.
There is. You're tired by like 5 p.m. And then we
But
don't get to
that's-
hang out.
But that's just like my regular bodily function.
And that is not good.
You know what else is not good? Telling me what I should be. I'm just kidding. Okay, I'll try. I'll fix my sleep schedule too.
Thanks, counselor.
Yeah,
Ooh,
Aaron, you
he
did
did.
instigate this. It all started because.
Wait, did he?
Yeah, I don't actually
What
know.
did he say?
I don't know actually.
Oh, he said didn't Jen fix his sleep schedule? Right.
Oh
right.
yeah, 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 yeah.
I really didn't think I was gonna pass out today, guys.
I knew it was gonna happen. I felt it. I shouldn't have. I shouldn't have taken a nap because honestly, that was the trigger.
I'll make us conjoined again.
No, please don't.
Oh,
That was so
okay.
fast.
Please don't. I need Raimi, I need Glenji, I need Eric, I need Carl. Oh my god, there's so many more people I need.
But it's gonna be so cute. We can all make our profile pictures. Wait, who's the? Oh, is that Bozo with the clown nose?
Yeah, and he's touching my ass.
Is Raimi the leaf?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, okay, Ochi. Is that Ochi?
I've
This
never
one?
played Among
It
Us
is
with y'all.
Ochi,
Oh,
the one on
I
the
get
right.
an Among Us?
No, like just hanging out in VC in general is what Eric was saying.
Oh. OMG.
It
Looks like
I'm
Raimi is banning
included.
him. What?
It looks like Raimi's because Bozo's
Nah.
backing it up.
Nah.
That's so funny.
You guys are just freaky.
Bozo's bending it over back.
Yeah, he's bending over to touch my butt.
Oh, I didn't even notice that.
Oh.
Interesting.
Should I be putting people above us too? Yeah, so it's not just one big line. What is Rupert's thing?
A monkey.
Oh, monkey ears. You're right. And then Eric's a pineapple. Carl is a. What is Carl?
I'm scared he's gonna hate this.
Why? It looks so cute.
I don't think
The
he would
dog one?
ever. I don't think he would ever be as like mean to me. I think he would. He's genuinely gonna be very grateful. But I feel disappointed that I can't represent his dog properly.
So cute.
I'm glad.
By Ochi's logic, you gotta put him hanging upside down. That's true.
Bye.
Yeah, I can give Carl a crown. I'm not gonna give anyone clothes. That's too much work. My co-hosts are so boring. Gee.
I'm locking in.
And I will be AFK for like 5 minutes.
Why?
Not
Where you going?
again.
I'm hungry.
Your 5 minutes are always like 30 minutes.
Well, now you know. BRB.
Oh.
So, what do you mean now I know?
You doggo. Thank you. I'm trying. I'm glad it looks good because I was afraid that it would be ugly. Honor. Oh. But I don't need to draw. Oops.
Welcome back, Twinkleberg. We are not yapping about anything. I am drawing a doodle that Eric requested, which is everyone as little Among Guy. And Ochi is doing a Christmas request for a friend, and she's drawing his dog.
It's true. Both ad breaks at the same time. Damn. I'm so sorry.
Sounds like you guys should subscribe
True.
twitch.tv/Junpo and twitch.tv/Junpo.
You're so mean. Sickening. This is the greed they talk about in the Bible.
Are you free from ads, Twinkle? Okay. What do you want your Among Us to have? You and furries. What would you want? Because honestly, I don't really know. Kochi.
What? Ugh.
DMs, apparently.
I love you so much. This is what she drew. This is what she sent me.
What is this?
It's a comic she made about me complaining. I'm glad it's good. I'm finishing it up and I'm starting to feel a little more confident about it. The expression changed. You look so tired. You guys should follow my sister on Instagram.
Oh, does she post art?
She does. Her art's very cute. She's actually working on a
Ooh.
children's book right now.
On a what now?
On a children's book.
A book
Yeah.
for children?
Mm-hmm. She's storyboarding right now, and it's very cute.
I am a child. I will read the book.
It's super cute.
He gave me reference in DM. Oh. But I meant like defining traits for your Among guy. Like I can draw you like that, but I don't know how to make it so that it's clear that it's you and fur. Okay, that works. Eric, do you know what I should do for Mark? Star Wars related? I don't really know stuff about Star Wars.
Just make him like covered in brown fur. He can be a Wookiee.
Oh, Wookiee. I know what that is.
Mm-hmm.
Or give him warthog tusk. Oh, that'd probably be easier. Warthog tusk. Give him a long lightsaber. Okay, Twinkle.
Okay. I think this is
Okay.
it. I think this is it. Not for this stream, for this piece.
Wait,
gonna go
finish the
ahead.
doc?
Yeah.
Paste.
I'm gonna go ahead and send him. Follow both Lamb and Ochi on Insta. Yay! Wait. I'll accept it really fast. Dr. Nowhere invited me to his like
Broadcast?
no. I'm not
Oh.
that cool. No, it's some sort of like update group for his followers.
Update group. Oh, on
Yeah.
Instagram.
Yeah.
Oh, that is a broadcast.
Oh, that's a broadcast? I don't know anything about
Yeah.
Instagram. Whoever pregnant man emoji reacted to this message is gonna wind up in pieces. That's a message
Oh.
in his broadcast.
Oh.
First thing I see on Ochi's page is Kane. Yeah. That's my boy. Got high and tried to draw God. Hold on, I need to let Mimsy in. I'll be right back.
Okay. Oh no. It's just me and chat now.
Hi, Mimsy.
Hello, chat. I wasn't
Okay.
prepared for this.
I'm back.
Welcome back. You missed nothing.
I missed nothing.
Yes.
Wasn't gone for very long.
Bye, chat.
Were you gonna be in charge of the conversation?
Yeah, when you left, I was like, oh no, it's just me and chat now.
Honestly, you're not terrible at holding conversations.
I'm not.
No.
You hear that, Sumi? Oh, she's not here.
Yeah, she's gone for an hour.
Everyone thinks so? Dang, maybe I'm not socially awkward.
No, you're socially
Kasumi
awkward. You're
says-
just good at handling it.
Oh. Oh, okay.
You get
Kasumi
awkward when
says
you're
I can't hold a conversation.
No, you can hold a conversation, but if you're not familiar with somebody, you're really awkward. Or you can be.
Like, can you repeat that?
Are you recording?
Huh? Oh, no. Like, you just cut out.
You're not bad at holding a conversation. You are awkward if it's somebody you don't know, but you're not bad at it. My nose. I hope he likes it. I think he's probably in a trial or something.
Like an Outlast trial?
No. Like
Oh.
Final Fantasy. He's my guild leader.
Oh.
Very good friend of mine.
Is this good, Twinkle?
I
Are
feel
you
like I'm
satisfied with
missing
this?
the topic isn't something you're interested in or knowledgeable about, it'll be hard to hold a conversation in general. I think it's really easy if you treat the conversation like... This is gonna sound so fucking lame. If you treat the conversation like, you're interacting with a character in an RPG, that honestly does get you very far.
Huh?
They start giving you quests, too. It's crazy.
What do you mean?
So, I don't know. I can be really good at seeming super interested in conversation. And I'm very good at engaging. It is a skill, but it is something that you can hold a conversation with pretty easily. If you follow 3 basic rules. First rule, ask questions. They like that. Second rule, keep a friendly expression on your face and nod along. You have to show them you're listening. And then step 3, bring up things that they have mentioned in that conversation to engage even further. So that's how you engage in conversation, even when it's super fucking boring. It takes practice, and I've had to practice lots. I think the hardest part for me is making sure my face looks nice. So what you're saying is Ochi lives her life in a fantasy to escape real troubles of real life? No! No! It's just... It's basic
We are
story...
all NPCs.
No! No! It's just basic storyline, right? That didn't sound very good for what my argument is, but... No, it's a basic storyline. Okay, so... The way I think about things is... Let me help you with your face. I'm smiling! Man! My face switches off and your coworkers are like, are you okay? Yeah, basically. Dude, seriously, it's like... You really do. It takes so much effort to interact, but it's not hard. I think somebody could be explaining, like, the history of forks to me, and I would be able to nod along and like, engage. So... I don't know. Junpo gave you a shout out to 9 viewers. What does that mean?
Oh, like, I, well, Eric did the command / shout out
Oh.
in the chat. Yeah.
The smile gave you a minute 30 ad. I'm so sorry. I'm jump scaring people. Okay. 1 Christmas gift down. I'm gonna draw something fun. Just for like a little minute. The last one was fun, but I am agonizing over him not liking it, so. Oh god. I'll was telling her something. I was telling her something boring once, and I pouted because she didn't seem like she was interested. And she's like, "Oh, do you want me to act interested? Okay, try again." So I told her whatever I was saying again, and she literally put on such a good act that my brain actually fell for it for a solid second.
That's scary.
I'm really good at it. I'm very good at it, and
No,
I'm
but
very
that's kind of sad, actually.
what?
Because like if I'm ever conversing with you, I feel like if I ever try to talk about something I'm passionate about, and in the back of my head I'm just gonna think she's just pretending.
No. So here's
she
the
actually,
thing.
Yeah.
I genuinely don't do that to friends because it feels like I know it's lying, and I don't enjoy lying. Like if I'm going to be interested when a friend is explaining something to me, if I'm going to interact with them and they're explaining something to me that I don't really understand, I'm still going to engage and I'm going to learn because I want to learn about you, right? If I'm doing this with a client that I don't care about, I'm not gonna do the same thing. I'm not gonna genuinely like try to remember that information. But
Mhm.
I do try very hard to remember information about my friends, and I am interested.
Mm.
She never does it to her friends, but
She
she
did
did
it to her sister. That's crazy.
Yeah, I will do it to her. She asked me to, and I give her the option. I don't do it genuinely unless specifically I get permission. Like because I think in that situation, what she was explaining to me, I didn't really care, but also specifically, I had already seen it. She showed me something I already saw. So I pretended that I saw it for the first time because she said yes when I asked her if she wanted me to do it. Yeah. She's never asked me again, and I haven't done it since.
Damn.
What do you remember about me, Ochi? Your name's Matt.
Wow.
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 I do remember a fair amount, but I don't want to. Here's the thing: I don't want to accidentally say too much because that is something I'm afraid of. I don't want to like sit here and talk on stream and then dox you or like expose private information. Yeah. We haven't talked a lot about interests, but I know some personal stuff, and I'm not going to say that on stream. That'd be mean. Just smile and nod whenever coworkers are telling you stories that don't really interest you. Yeah, but sometimes it's fun to like really engage and to get them to talk more. I think that's one of my favorite games with people that are genuinely insane. That might be mean, but sometimes they start talking and it's genuinely insane like conversation, and I want to hear more. I want to know where they're going with this.
Wait, Maddie, you're not a VIP? My bad.
Do that with spam calls and texts. I have never done that with them just because I'm so sick of hearing them. The conversations you hear at work are wild. I believe it. I believe it.
You're important now.
You are important. Everybody is important one day. Oops. That's glitch. I follow them on Instagram. I want my coworkers to keep going with the yaps. Yeah. If I am done with the conversation, it's really difficult for me to get out of it. And if I'm really familiar with the person, it's really easy for me to step out and be like, okay, I'm done. But if I don't know them and I'm trying to actively be polite, I just can't get out of it. I think that's like one of the worst things. There's, I don't know, some very annoying people out there. Hang with your coworkers for hours after work because they're always wanting to yap. I'm glad you're friends with your coworkers. I'm very glad you're friends with them. I could not relate. I always tried to get away as fast as possible. I mean, sometimes I would really want to talk to them, and I love like after work conversations. But don't you get out of work like super balls late? Like by the end of the day, I'd be sick of everything and everybody. Yeah, that is so late. Okay. I just realized he asked for a doodle, not a full piece.
Wait, who?
For the Christmas gift. He asked for a doodle, not for a full piece. Now I'm concerned if I do doodles for everybody else like I was asked, they're gonna be like, man, you don't love me. If I'm honest, I don't enjoy being asked for art. For gifts. Last time I had a gift for a friend for art, it took me like 3 months to finish. That was for a birthday too, and I take birthdays very seriously. So if it's your birthday,
Like
please.
you missed the birthday by 3 months?
Yeah, they asked me for it on their birthday, and then it took me forever to finish.
Damn.
Yeah. My turnaround is very slow because I have a difficult time finishing things. Christmas I take very seriously compared to birthdays. I think I would say like 50% more serious. Which is why it's 50% faster.
So 1.5 months.
Maybe a little faster than that. I was hoping that, honestly, when I asked them what they wanted for Christmas, I said something inexpensive. And they took that and they said labor. So
Oh.
3 out of 4 of them asked for drawings instead of something I could buy. My bad.
I wish people would just ask me for drawings for Christmas and birthdays.
It's very affordable, but I have such a hard time getting them done.
That's fair.
It's why I don't do commissions.
But with commissions, you don't really have a choice. Like, you have to finish it.
I have to finish it for whatever else, too.
Well, yeah, but with commissions, you have a set deadline.
I have a set deadline with birthdays and Christmas, too.
That's also true.
Yeah, the only difference is I feel less stress. I still feel stressed, just less stressed because there's no monetary, like, gain. I still, like, apologized 1,000 times last time I was really late. I'd be like, I'm so sorry. I know I said I was gonna finish it this time.
Ochi, can I have a doodle for Christmas?
God damn it! Not again! Wait, here.
Who am I missing? Rami, Bozo, me, Sumi, Ochi, Glenn G, Mark, Carl, Eric, Rupert, Twinkle, Fur, Maddie. Oh, Glenn G's the one with the boxing glove. Because he looks like Manny Pacquiao.
Hanging this on your wall. I'm so glad. It took me 10 hours. That is a $150 commission for free.
Oh, CJ. I'm missing CJ.
What did Erasmic ask for? Oh, by the way, yesterday during stream, I was like, maybe I'll start my tank late next spring. I have the tank set up. Not fully set up, but I have it on my desk, ready for substrate, plants, and a filter. I'm so cooked. I've also got a grow lamp already. An old one. I'm so excited. I'm gonna get a beta.
Did you ever... Never mind. Maybe I shouldn't ask that.
Ask what?
Nothing.
DM it to me?
Nah.
I'm curious. What were you gonna say?
Well, too bad.
What? No way, please.
Nope.
I knew he didn't like
Doesn't,
me.
doesn't feel very nice now, does it?
No, but I still tell you. I just
That's true.
contemplate it. I
was
think
gonna
before I
ask,
act. Mhm.
Would you ever eat your fish if it came down to it?
No. So
Hmm.
I have cried over my fish.
Oh.
They are still pets. They have distinct personalities. The nano fish I do pay less attention to. There are it's selective. Like if an Amano dies, it's not a big deal. There's a big group of them and I can't single one out. Same with my nano fish, so my pencils and my Danios. They are groups. They group together. There's a lot of them, and I can't single one out. There is one pencil fish I can recognize, and it's only because it's the only one with a large red spot on its tail. And that one's my favorite because I can tell it apart. There's also a really fat fucking Danio I have. I don't know if it is pregnant or if it has a genetic defect that has caused large organs, or maybe it has a tumor or something. But it is very active, and it's, for context, these are Petco fish, so I wouldn't put genetic issues past him. It's very active, and there's no signs of illness or anything, so it could just be really fat. I'm not sure. That one's doing really well. I like that one too. I probably wouldn't cry if they died, just because, again, there are so many. With my mollies, they have distinct personalities. Once I've had them for long enough, they've kind of breached the, just a fish, threshold. They're a pet. Fuyu is on that list. I've had her the longest, so I've had her about 5 months now. She's still pretty young. Mollies live 3 to 5 years. But that's with good breeding and good care. I can only mark off one of those because I have no control over the breeding, and they are Petco fish, which are extraordinarily hit or miss. Fuyu, if she died, I would cry. I was going through it really, really bad with Mandarin, because I was already in a really terrible mood that day, and then seeing her slow down even more after not being able to figure out what's wrong with her, I cried a few times. Also, my first tank, I have become a bit more like, I don't want to say apathetic, but I've become a bit more callous when it comes to deaths with my fish, because it's after, like, it takes 2 weeks to really get them out of that they could die period after getting them. So I'm not even particularly attached to the 4 new girls that I got yet, because I've only had them for a few days. Only 2 of them have names because I'm still gauging personalities, still gonna see if they survive. Topsy, I'm very grateful, is living. She's doing very well. It also, I think, depends on the fish, because some of the fish I am more attached to than others. Silver, I love Silver, but it feels mean to say I liked Moo more, but Moo was my favorite. She had this very gorgeous, she had like even Dalmatian markings, gorgeous like green, gold, opalescent markings along her side, and she sparkled. She was so pretty, and she was very, very friendly, and she was the only one that really matched or challenged Fuyu. She's a bitch. I love her so much. She's a cunt. It's bad. She doesn't beat up or bully the other ones, but she is the leader. And she does get food aggressive. I've never seen nipped fins or anything, but she does chase them away and she becomes territorial. I love her so much. Moo was the only one that really challenged her and got away with it. I do also, Coco has been growing a lot more. Her full name is not Co, it's Cole. Her name is Cole, but my friend Joey nicknamed her Coco. So I just call her that. Coco, I'm not sure if she's a Dalmatian or not. I bought her as a Black Velvet Molly. I'm not sure how they develop, but I have noticed some lighter spots. Even with her being a black fish, she has the most beautiful, like, shimmery green mineral type color. She's so sparkly and she's so pretty. And it's really lovely seeing her colors grow in. I think I've had her for about 2 months now, and she's grown a lot. She's still the smallest in the tank. She's the youngest. And she's doing so well. I'm excited to see more of her colors grow in, because she has, like lighter spots, like white spots, like developing on top of her head, and she's got clear fins on her, like her fins are a bit clear and spotty. She's so pretty, and she's very, very sweet. She's very social. Fuyu mostly ignores her. I think it's a size thing. Topsy, she minds her own business. She's very sweet. Silver, and these are all girls. All of them are girls because I don't want babies, so I just have a sorority. Silver, she's also pretty chill. Again, very social. All of them, when I stand in the front of the fish tank and I can talk to the fish tank, they all come swimming. And they will, some of them like will bite my fingers if I put them to the surface. It's very, very cute. They're just fatties. It's not aggression behavior. There's no stress going on. They just like biting. And it doesn't hurt or anything. I think it's very cute. Then there is, I only have a few established girls. It's just those ones. It's Topsy, Fuyu, Coco, and Silver. Silver's the oldest. Topsy and Moo passed away due to old age. They had the old age indicators. Huh?
Topsy.
Oh, not Topsy. Sorry. Spots. No, Dots. Dots. Dots and Moo. Not Topsy. Topsy's still alive. Dots and Moo passed away due to old age. I learned that it takes a while for Dalmatians, just like dogs, just like dog Dalmatians, it takes a while for their colors to come in. So when they are developing, they don't really have a whole lot, and they're not really sellable at young ages generally. So from what I've noticed at least, I can't confirm this, but what I've noticed in my store at least, all of the Dalmatians, almost all of them, are full grown. They are adults. And all of the Dalmatians that I've gotten, except for Moondrop, one of my new girls, have been full grown adults towards the end of their life. They're seniors. Which is a huge shame. I didn't realize that when I got them. I thought that they were returned because they were the only ones in the tank. And then when I went to look at more Dalmatians, like there was just all of them were just large. Like they were full grown. And that's been pretty consistent. I think, where was I going with this? You said, would I eat one of my fish? No. They're pets. It does take a bit longer for some fish. There is like specific attachments, but they are pets. So I would not. I would farm fish for food, like salmon or bass.
I actually want to go fishing. Thing.
I love fishing. I've gone twice. I've never caught anything, and it is still one of my favorite outdoor activities. You hate fishing?
I hate fishing.
Because you're not American.
True.
Depends on where you fish. I have only gone river fishing, but I love the ocean. And I think ocean fishing would be super fun. Oh, I'll be right back, actually. I need to grab the card that he wants me to draw. Let me see.
I don't think I've ever tried beach fishing.
I haven't had the opportunity.
I did used to catch crabs, though. Oh.
That sounds so fun. I haven't been to a good beach since I was younger. Huge shame. The beaches here suck.
You should go to the Philippines.
I would if I could afford it. But if I could afford it, I would just go back to Hawaii.
Also true. Twinkle is the... Wait, let me double check. I think she said she was Mario. Exactly.
sketch of the tree-born frog in your style. Okay.
You know, this doodle actually taking me like, I feel like it's been an hour.
It's
Holy.
been a while. The fact you're taking this long is crazy.
There's a lot of people.
This isn't a doodle. This is a commission.
That is a doodle.
No, it's
Look
not.
at how,
Doodles are
I was
fast.
gonna say ugly, but it's not really ugly. Look at how low effort it is.
That's super. It is. It's very cute, and I'm upset at that.
You're upset that it's
Yes.
cute? What?
I'm upset it's cute because it shouldn't be taking this long. You're drawing Among Us. Get faster. Turn down your stabilization. It'll speed you up.
It literally wouldn't.
Reborn Frog. Yu-Gi-Oh! That's so cute.
He's a master of his craft, exactly. Dude, the urge to not draw a wiener on one of these, holy shit.
Rose defeating demons right now.
I really am. I was so tempted to put a wiener on myself like frame 1 after I drew mine.
I'm not even shocked. Give me a second. I need to blow out this candle. I just realized the reason I'm sniffling so much, like my sinuses feel inflamed, it's because I've had a candle lit for the last 4 hours.
Oh, bruh.
So I'll be right back.
Yeah. Can I be more yellow color? I feel mine looks like a carrot as a, oh, that's true. I gave Maddie yellow. Shit. Maybe like that. I don't know why I thought are pineapples orange? No, I think they're like yellow orange. I don't eat pineapple. I don't know.
You don't eat pineapples?
No.
Why?
I mean, I eat it on pizza occasionally when it's there.
I've tried pineapple on pizza. The only reason I can't, because the flavor's good. The only reason I can't get behind it is because of how, like, wet the pineapple is. It's too wet. It's gross and it's, like, it's juicy and it's very unpleasant. I think if it was, like, drier, like dried pineapple to keep the flavor, I think it would be good.
Well, do you not like a lot of fruits because they're juicy?
No, I love fruits. But it's like, okay, so pizzas, they're dry. They're a dry food. I don't eat my pizzas like just fucking doused in sauce, right? So now you've got this dry food that's supposed to be dry, and then you put not even like an even layer, but random different sized chunks of hot, juicy pineapple. Like just hot, juicy fruit. It's not good.
Yeah.
I think if it was, I think if the pineapple was more dry, like not dehydrated, but like, I don't know, not as wet, I think it would be good.
Yeah. I know what you mean.
I think if you had better opinions, you'd like it more. Shut the fuck up. Somebody, wait, I'm in charge. I'm banning you.
Mods!
I'm banning you.
No, don't ban me.
I think you can hear her in the background begging not to be banned.
Yeah. That's actually such a good line. I'm gonna say that more.
She's so funny. Copy. Treeborn frog. I'm gonna make it like ultra cute.
雫に負けないであなたに届けばいいのに部屋の隅の大きな
I can't believe I said ultra cute and then started drawing this shit. Maybe not ultra cute, but I think it's cute in its own special way.
That does look cute.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
At least I think it is.
I do think it's cute. When I said ultra cute, I was thinking like Sanrio. This isn't Sanrio. But it is, I think it is very cute in like the silly way. Mochi, what's your opinion on Rango? I love Rango. Great movie.
Like the movie Rango?
Yeah.
Oh,
I assumed. I don't know of any other Rango.
I never watched it.
What? Why?
I don't know. I never did.
What is wrong with you? Won't watch The Amazing Digital Circus, won't watch Rango.
Not like I won't watch. It's just I haven't watched.
Disgusting.
Everyone's a critic these days.
Rango's so good. He's so cute.
Okay, I think I'm done. Thanks for the doodle request, Eric.
Great, that only took 3 hours.
No way. Or actually, I can check when it was redeemed, right?
Oh, yeah.
1 hour ago. Well, it doesn't say the specific time, but it does say 1 hour ago.
Crazy. Oh, dude, I shattered my thumbnail at getting milk today. Not the whole thing. Not the whole thing. I think I would be hysterical
Like it
if that
ripped
happened.
off? Like the
No.
top part?
No, I was picking up the milk from the shelf at the store, and my hand slipped, and my nail got caught on the ridge of it, and it shattered. Like the white part shattered into like 3 different pieces.
The heck?
Yeah. You know how I keep saying my nails have been really dry? Because of
Yeah.
the winter? I keep forgetting to put like oil on them. But that nail was already like thin, and it was just brittle from the winter and being dry, and it just fucking shattered. Like it exploded.
Mhm. Sumi never came back.
No, she probably fell asleep.
Probably.
Bye.
Shy. Wait, did I forget anybody? I don't want to post this and then it turns out I forgot somebody. No, I think that was it.
I like that you started off the doodle saying, I don't want to do all 17 of us.
I only did 14. So
Wrong! May as well include the other 3.
I don't even know who the other 3 are.
No
I
idea.
don't think I'm missing anyone. Yeah, no. If I did, I am sorry.
I'm gonna draw him in a tutu.
Dude, that actually tuckered me out. Holy shit.
I wonder why. Maybe because it's not a doodle?
I don't know about that. Maybe I'm just tired.
Sure. I hope he's not upset that I'm drawing him in a tutu.
You can always expand it if we get more peeps in the group in the future. That's true. Is Pineapple Mountain do? The heck?
This is the longest stream I've done in a while. I just realized.
How long are your streams usually?
3 hours tops.
Oh, right. You said you get tired after 3 hours.
Yeah, but with drawing and yapping, it's a lot easier because I'm not like single-handedly actively entertaining.
That's
And I'm
true,
not
that's
getting
true.
bored of drawing the same way I get bored of games after a bit sometimes. I would have loved to play Hollow Knight more last night, but I did start getting like tired and bored. So I was like, okay, stream over. Thank you for coming, everybody.
We definitely need to try a 24-hour stream. Drawing.
Drawing?
Yeah.
Bro,
What?
that's so long. What do you mean 24-hour drawing? Are we gonna stay up 24
Well,
hours too? Is it gonna be a challenge? Wake up, eat, stream.
I think we could do it.
Yeah?
Yeah. I think my longest drawing session was 18 hours. So like what's 6
What?
more, right?
What? That's crazy. I didn't start drawing more like for longer periods of time. This is the most I've drawn in a while. Like since I've been drawing more with you and hanging out and stuff. Because
Mhm.
it's one of those like I have to self motivate, and if I'm sitting in silence and doing nothing all on my own, I kind of don't want to do it.
That's true.
It's a social experience for me. Unfortunately, it sucks. 48-hour drawing sesh? That sounds like hell. I do want to do sometime next year. I want to do a subathon. I think that would be fun. I would just have to figure out the logistics. Because in my head, a subathon is like forever streaming, no breaks. And that's not how it works, right? I've
Yeah,
seen
usually
people.
people actually sleep during their subathons.
Yeah. I've seen people like actually like for subathons stop streaming and then pick it back up the next day.
But that defeats the whole purpose.
I feel like it does, doesn't it? Like subathons
Yeah.
specifically, you aren't stopping the stream.
Yeah, like even sleeping. Like I guess sleep is important, but if I ever had a subathon, I would not sleep. Because that's the purpose of it. You're not supposed to stop.
I think you do need to sleep still. I think people
You
will
don't
understand.
need to sleep.
You do become delusional, I think, after 48 hours of consecutive staying awake. Like hallucinations delusional.
That's part of the content.
That's crazy. Can you imagine? You can't drop the pen until the timer goes down.
Dude, that'd be crazy.
Yeah, I won't lie. I refuse to do punishment content, and I would consider that punishment content. Same with like won't end stream until the timer hits 0. Punishment content. It makes content. It's entertaining to viewers. To an extent, in my opinion. I cannot think of a single person in the world who's genuinely excited and genuinely has a ton of fun streaming or doing something like that long.
Yeah.
Is it really punishment if you're working on stuff? I think it's punishment if it has the potential to go over an like X amount of time. Like if you do a stream like that and you're like, hey guys, I don't stop drawing until like what is it? What did you say? Yeah, don't stop drawing until the timer goes down, and then that timer lasts like 72, maybe like 112 hours. That's unrealistic. It's unrealistic and it's excessive. And I don't think people need to be like either faking it or doing things like that to themselves. I don't think punishment is entertaining. Maybe like 90% of the time. I think sometimes, like silly fun, quote unquote punishment, that can be fun. But it does not seem fun.
Are you saying you would participate in our punishment games?
Your punishment games scare me.
They're not that bad. At most, it's just record something cringy or eat a slightly nasty concoction of ingredients in your house or, you know?
Well, so here's my question. Why do you do that? That's something I've been curious about. And I couldn't get
Why do we do that?
Yeah, and I couldn't get a straight answer from Bozo when I asked.
It's just fun. It's like, haha, you have to do this thing now. You get to see you do it. Is it not fun?
No. It
I
doesn't.
think that's fun.
I won't
'Cause
knock
it
you.
makes good memories. Because people are gonna be like, "Hey, remember Jen that time you had to drink a cup of milk and ketchup?" And I'm like, "Yeah, that was so funny. I'd never do it again, but it was really funny at the time."
Ew. I don't know. I don't think it sounds fun. I don't think it sounds funny either. I'd mostly be like, why the fuck are you doing that? Like I don't understand it. I think I don't understand it, but it's also just maybe not my brand of humor. It's funny to look
I
at in the future. I think there's lots of funny things that you could be doing instead. But if that's your
Like
brand of
what?
humor, what do you mean like what?
Like what? Like, what's an example of like?
Hanging out? I don't know. Funny happens in the moment. You can't force it. Otherwise, it's disingenuous. It makes it less funny.
No, it's still pretty funny when someone has to record a thirst trap for a punishment.
That sounds like mortifying.
Have you
to
seen Gludgy's
watch.
thirst trap?
No.
Oh my god, I have to show you.
Oh no. I haven't, and that seems terrifying. Because here's the thing, I would participate, but the thing is, if I don't want to do it, I won't do it. I'm not fun.
Well, yeah, I mean, we do get to set our own boundaries. Like some people just won't do some things, and we're not gonna force it.
But here, I'm so picky. I think I would be boring. I don't think I would be fun with it. I think if it was like a drawing thing, like I don't know, draw Mpreg. I think I would probably do it.
I think that's exclusively what Raimi's punishments are. Just draw this, draw that. Yeah.
Really? Okay, I would be down for something like that.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's a lot where I wouldn't be down for it, but I you know what? I would draw foul things. I don't really have boundaries with with drawing. I have some, obviously, but pretty loosey-goosey. We're so much more insane. That's terrifying.
Dude, where's the thirst trap link? What? Oh, here it is. It's in your DMs.
Okay. I'll watch it right now. We can get a live reaction. Wait. let me mute my desktop audio. That's muted. You guys can't hear Jen anymore. Let me see. Oh wait, I can. Yeah, they can't hear you in this stream anymore, but I can still hear you. Wait. Oh my god, please play properly. Did I see what I think I saw? I did. Wow. The 4 likes is sending me. It's frying me a little bit. Okay. The desktop audio is fixed.
Yeah, some people just aren't gonna complete it probably, so it's whatever. We can always start a new set of punishments. Here.
I think drawing punishment sounds fun. I contemplated
Yeah.
it some more. I think I could do that.
I think Rami had to draw NSFW, and that's like the worst thing for drawing so far.
Oh, that's it?
Which isn't even that bad, yeah.
Oh. Yeah, that's nothing. I finished the toe. He's so cute. He's look at him. He's a
Oh.
ballerina. What do you mean, oh?
Very cute. He's glowing.
I just say it that way. I said I was putting him in a
I just
tutu.
wasn't. Yeah, but I just wasn't expecting them to be so humanoid in proportion. Thought it was gonna be an itty bitty frog and I see this whole.
No! No, it's wait. It's this guy. He said in my style. I made him more anthro.
I see, I see. Okay.
His cheekbones are so defined. I hope he I sure hope he likes it. Said about her and drawing NSFW Ninja Turtles. That's fair. They're teenagers. So.
All right, they are.
Oh, right, they are? It's in the name.
Oh,
What do you mean?
No, I never thought about that.
In Ochi's terms, in order to make something cute, we just need to give the drawing blush. Yeah! That makes it cute.
True.
Mm-hmm. I could probably draw something horrific, and it would be cute if I put. Wait, actually, I have drawn something horrific, and it's cute if you put blush on it. That's just how it works. Aw, man. I didn't realize I didn't crop it. Oh, wait, I did.
Now I kind of want to draw like a very disgusting wee wee and put blushes on it and see if it works.
You should. Maybe it will
I'm a
work.
changed man. I
Are
don't
you
draw
sure?
stuff like that anymore. Yeah.
Well, if I join punishments, we can fix that.
That's true. I got her, guys. I tricked her into thinking it was safe.
Damn. I would approve. I would do drawing punishments.
But she can sub in for me? No, you have to be there. What?
Wow, self-elimination. You already don't hang out with us. I thought you liked us.
True. We only see you once a week
Mm-hmm.
for back rooms for like 3
You
hours.
don't even like us.
Don't even play League with me.
Don't
I
even
play
play.
League every day.
You don't even play League with them.
Yeah.
Respect that once a week. Bro. We want to see more. We want to see more of you. You're fun.
You never say anything, Olwen. The times I have invited you, you just give me the same excuse. I'm at work. Like, just skip work, bro.
Or you're just spending time with your coworkers instead of your friends. You don't even like us.
Or you're playing Wild Rift.
We flog. I hope
See,
he likes
after
it.
after the stream, Maddie, we should play League of Legends. Huh? Huh?
After this stream, it is so. Oh wait, no, it's early for him.
For Maddie?
Yeah. I was gonna say it's so late because it's
I will
12:30.
have to go to work. What time does your work start? Likely story.
We're never gonna see him again.
For real.
This is so sad.
I'll see you tomorrow, I guess.
I guess. Right, Pharasmic, here's your frog. Merry Christmas. I hope he likes it.
Would you prefer to receive your Christmas drawing on Christmas, Ochi?
Yes. It makes the day
Okay.
extra special.
That's true.
Okay. There's 2 more to do.
2 more doodles?
Yeah. But I'm going to save them for another
Yeah.
day because it is 12:30 and I want a little downtime before I go to bed. Because
It's 12:30?
it's 12:30.
Oh my god.
We've been at this for 4.5 hours. I am ready to
And
sleep.
I only did one of your scans.
You were spending so much fucking time on Among Us.
Well, it's Among Us.
Bro. All right. Let me save this. And then I can crop
Oh, I
it.
don't have a preference, Eric. Any day's fine.
Gee.
Christmas is Christmas. Any day is.
I have a question.
What's up?
How do you sort your files? When you name things.
Like my art files?
Yeah, when you name things.
I put the month, day, year, and then the name of the file.
Oh, I do the same thing, unless it's like something very specific. I do, but I do the name first. I do name, and then I do month, day, year. But I don't. I just type it out as one big blurb of numbers. I don't type the dashes or anything.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I used to do like 12, 17, 20, 25, like all together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, this way I can never mix them up or have duplicate files.
True.
Okay.
Well, I guess we're calling it there, guys.
I think we are calling it there. I think it's...
Unless someone redeems a doodle on Ochi's stream last second, that'd be tragic.
What is wrong with you? Bro! No.
You said there's a 3 limit. It's only been 2.
There is a 3 limit, but nobody is going to do that. Good night, guys.
Good night, guys.
Sleep well. Thank you, everybody, for
Thanks
coming.
For watching. Oh, should we raid somebody?
Oh, we should. Can we raid when we're together?
We could raid individually. I just have 2 raids.
I don't have anybody I can raid. Wait, let me look this up. Can
Maybe just a random
raid
artist?
a collab on... Wait, with... In a collab? In a collab with... On Twitch. My brain's fried. We can try. I think we can try doing it without splitting the stream first.
Oh, like it works?
Yeah, so we can see if it works.
Jen raids Ochi, Ochi raids Jen.
Oh god.
Problem solved.
The only people that are streaming that I follow are you and Giga. And I'm too scared to raid Giga.
Giga? Like the big VTuber?
Yes! Who has 2.5k right now.
Oh, thanks for the 11 viewers.
Bro, I'm tempted.
Holy.
Just
I would feel embarrassed. I don't know about that.
It'd be so funny. I think there is probably like a big raid minimum for Giga's channel, I imagine.
Probably. I was just thinking like a 1 or 2 viewer artist that maybe we could be friends with, but I don't know.
I don't follow anybody like that. That's live.
Well, yeah, we have to go like.
Oh, we have to search
on the directory. Yeah.
Oh wait.
Yeah. Just go to the art
True.
category.
Let's see. Creative. Where's the art category? Help. Oh, there it is. Obviously, I don't do this a lot.
Pre-roll ads.
An
Oh,
artist you follow
brother.
with 11 viewers. Are they live? Who is it?
Oh no, I'm just looking through different artists and the art.
Oh. We're not gonna. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to vibe check, but I can't vibe check with pre-roll ads.
True.
Can you read Sylvie?
Sumi, you're
Oh,
alive?
Sylvie streaming?
Yeah.
You can rate Sylvie. I don't mind.
Sure. I'll go with whoever you choose.
I've been lurking for like...
You didn't say anything?
I kind of forgot until I saw
Bro.
my PNG again.
Ah!
How do you spell her name? Oh, Nevia with two eyes there.
Yeah, MONIVIA.
Like that? In Discord?
Let me see. Where? Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Well, I have that message ready.
Okay, go ahead.
Just let me know.
I gotta get my raid
Good
emotes.
night.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Bye.
Do I end stream first?
I think you wait.
Oh, okay.
And then right when the raid starts, you end stream.
Mm.
Bye, guys.
Loving.
Stop streaming. Get rid of the music. Where's Sylvie's stream?
Do I stop streaming?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah, I don't even think the raid worked. Oh, wait, no, it did.